As a developer, you need to deliver fast and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add an exploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Dried
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add an exploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Jack it up.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Dried
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight, yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight,
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have. If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Live. Whoa.
Hello.
Hey, everyone. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, everyone. On all the sides.
Hi.
We're going to do awkward high fives now, like this? It's really hard. I don't know how big I can be, but hello everyone. Thanks for joining us. So, before we get started with the program, we're going to start with the most important stuff of the day, and that is the introduction of your MCs. I am Metin Persinski. I am the token Dutch MC today. I work as a software development consultant at Passionate People. That's a consultancy company based in Amsterdam, and they are currently outsourcing me at Aidens. And at Aidens, I've been testing their software using JavaScript. Aidens is a medtech startup that uses AI to detect early stage lung cancer in CT scans. And I'm helping them do that, and I'm working on an interface where radiologists interact with to decide this is lung cancer and this isn't. So basically, I'm helping them be a doctor, so I feel like I'm a doctor just using JavaScript, which is pretty amazing, I think.
It is pretty amazing. I'm nowhere near being a doctor. I'm just a JavaScript developer, but recently my focus job-wise has switched to being an APM consultant, meaning I do all sorts surrounding performance and infrastructure monitoring. And I forgot to give you my name. Hi, I'm Anna, and I'm joining from the very, very rainy Germany today. And there's a third one in our round.
Thank you, Anna. It started to rain here in the UK. I'm Alex Lakatos, but most of the internet calls me Laka, so I don't see why I wouldn't you do the same. I'm a developer advocate for Fidel API. What that means is I'm a bridge between developers and our product. Our product is an API that gives you real-time transactions, real-time transaction notification from payment cards. If you haven't Googled us yet, please do so. I think I get paid whenever you Google Fidel API. But if you're not doing that, you should know out here in Bristol, it feels really, really lonely. I'd love to see where everybody else is from. Looking at the map, it's really, really hard to figure out where you're from. But it looks like it's a good coverage of everywhere else in the world. Everywhere in the world. I was prepared to say hello, good morning, or good evening, depending on where you were in your language. But then I looked at the languages I had to learn, and I gave up. So I have six languages, in which I've managed to say hello in. Hopefully this isn't going to be too bad. Let's go with bonjour, hola, ni hao, salve, konnichiwa, and this one especially for Anna, guten tag.
Hi, guten tag.
Only for Anna, Alex, you could have been practicing your Dutch. You know that I'm Dutch, right? So I will say goedemiddag to all the Dutch people. I was prepared to switch to Dutch just for the rest of the day almost. With me is hopefully some Dutch people. So wave if you're Dutch, hi. And all the other people, well, we have 5,127 of them. A lot of people joining us today, and that's amazing with these remote events. So thanks a lot for joining us. Hope you all have a fun time.
All throughout the conference, we have all sorts of interactive things, and one of these things is slido.com. So grab your phone and either scan the code you can see, or go to slido.com and enter the code 6617. And we already talked a little bit about where we're from, but let's see where we are actually from live right now. For me, for example, I already said I'm from rainy Germany today. So let's enter that. And we will come back to this in a few minutes. So make sure to go to Slido and tell us where you're from.
In the meantime, while you do that, while you're on Slido and you're telling us where you're from, I'd like to give a big thank you to our program committee. So the way this conference was run was we put out a call for papers, and these 4 people decided who gets to speak at the conference or not. I know it's a bit random and arbitrary, and you might hear the hurt in my voice because I applied to the CFP. I was one of the people who applied to the CFP. And I'd like to thank Jose, who's a CEO at Globe Testing from Germany, Alexander, who's a software development engineering test from the Ukraine, Anka, who's a QA engineer at The Zone in the UK, and Mikola, who's a software development engineer in test at Alteryx in the Ukraine. I'd like to thank these 4 lovely people for declining my call for proposal, for not letting me speak for 25 minutes at the conference. It just gave me a good opportunity to speak for like 2 whole days at the conference. So I'd like to thank them from the bottom of my heart for the opportunity.
Also, a big thanks from me to the program committee for giving me such a lovely co-MC to work with today and tomorrow. Besides the MCs, there's also sponsors that make this event possible. Now, we have a lot of people available to join us for free today. And as you can imagine, having such a great event with great speakers, great production value, and the best MCs in the world is not for free, right? So we want to give a shout out to our lovely sponsors, Sauce Labs, Focus Reactive, StackHawk, Neuralegion, and of course, TestBim. So thanks a lot. If you haven't checked out their products yet, be sure to check it out because they care about this community and made this event possible. Also, we have some media partners that helped spread the word about this event. So I want to give also a big shout out to Bidudev. He's a Spanish content creator focusing on web development. He streams regularly on Twitch and creates videos on YouTube. We also have Alan Richardson helping us, aka the Evil Test Consults. They coach and mentor teams to help them better test, automate, and deliver improved quality software. Then furthermore, we have Kevin Lamping. He's a front-end engineer who makes tutorials on YouTube. And Kevin also recently wrote a great book on WebDriver testing. So be sure to check out his book. And last but not least, we have Weibenvolk. They teach modern front-end development in a fun way. So check out his project-oriented courses that are created with love.
Thank you for that. And if you'd like to thank everybody or communicate with us, the MCs even more, or amongst yourself, we've set up a hashtag on Twitter. So if you tweet, please use the hashtag TestJS Summit. We'll be looking out for your tweets. We also have a raffle of multi-passes to the Git Nation conferences and some Git Nation swag to award at the end of both days. In order to participate in the raffle, what you have to do is send a photo of where you are in the world or how you're watching the conference, where you're watching the conference from, or what are you using to watch the conference. If you go right now on the hashtag, you'll notice me, Anna, and Metin already shared some of our setups. So please do check that out now. I was talking about the GitHub, the Git Nation multi-passes that you can win at the end of every day. If you want to figure out more, go to gitnation.org/conference-multipass. There's 4 of them to award with a total of 200 euros. If you don't know what euros are, it's kind of like better than dollars, but worse than pounds, somewhere in the middle. And the conference multipasses you can win are for Node.js Congress, which is going to be in the middle of February, for DevOps JS at the end of March, for the React Summit Remote Edition in the middle of April, or if coronavirus is still a thing by June, you can watch JS Nation live.
Now, I know we've been saying a lot of things and you might not be able to remember this, but luckily you're all internet people, right? So we created a beautiful web page where you can review all the information we're just telling you now. So if you forget anything, just go to testjssummit.com for the details. And if you go there and you log in with your access code, you'll see this beautiful layout there. That's the beautiful layout. On the top, you have your main navigation, where you can go to the live stream, to the spatial chat, the Discord server, you can view the schedule, or you see the help desk button. I'll explain everything later on in this introduction. So below, there is the video player where you can see all the talks, the Q&As, the discussion rooms, anything you want to join, it's in that player. And below the player, you have the timetable that lets you know when every talk is coming up, when the Q&A is after that talk, how long it lasts, etc., etc. So that's how you can get around during this conference, basically from the comfort of your own seat, sofa, couch, chair, floor, wherever you are. We'll see you on Twitter.
And if, like us, you miss experiencing a conference with other people, talking to them, meeting new people, we got you covered. We set up virtual watch parties on spatial.chat. Let me show you how that works. In the beginning, you can decide if you want to join with your microphone or your microphone and your camera. And on the left side, you will be shown the list of the rooms. The discussion rooms are there, the speaker rooms are there. And on the main screen, you will also find your avatar. The avatar you can move around, and you can move it closer to the stage to hear the speaker better, or move it closer to a group of people to talk to them. Just like in real life, the closer you are to the other people's avatars, the better you can hear them and the better you can talk to them.
Thank you, Anna, for mentioning the discussion rooms. Those are one of my favorite features from the conference. So throughout today, we've set up 2 discussion rooms around test ops and performance testing that are moderated, so you can go and have a conversation about these topics. For the performance testing discussion room, the moderators are Jonathan and Eugenia. Both of them are speaking at the conference, so you can go check out their profiles on TestJSSummit.com. And for the test ops, discussion room, that's going to be moderated by Ivan, a software engineer with 10 years of experience, and Angel, which has extensive experience in the private, public, and military sectors. Please join the discussion rooms today.
I mentioned before that we have a Discord server set up, and this is where you can communicate with each other in privately outside of Twitter or whatever, just for chat. Be sure to join at least the community channel and the Talk-Q&A channels, because these are where, well, you can meet the community, and for full ticket holders in the Talk-Q&A channel, you can ask questions about the current talk that's currently playing, and the best questions will be passed along to us, the 3 of us, and we will be asking the questions to the speaker after their talk is finished, and we'll have a Q&A session. So if you need more information, go to the Talk-Q&A channel, and we'll remind you of this during the day to ask your questions.
Speaking of all these channels and ways to interact, I want to say that it's important to us that everybody feels safe and that everybody has a great time at this event. So we do have a code of conduct. You can find that at testjssummit.com/COC. If you haven't read that yet, please go there now and read the code of conduct. If at any time you feel like there has been a violation, either you feel harassed or you witness harassment, please email us at coc@gitnation.org. And we will take care of it right away. We do not tolerate any form of harassment and on any of our channels.
That's really good to know. So coc@gitnation.org. In the meantime, if you're looking for a new job and you'd like to see what's out there, some of the sponsors that are powering this conference actually have a job board available. If you go to testjssummit.com/jobs, you can see the availabilities at Sauce Labs, New Religion, and Testing. If you're not looking for a job, but you miss other aspects of in-person conferences like swag, for example, my t-shirt collection has suffered greatly in the past year. I've actually had to go and buy a t-shirt. If you're like me and miss that aspect of conferences, we've also set up a virtual booth area at testjssummit.com/perks, where you can interact with our sponsors and see what they have to offer in terms of digital or physical swag.
But you do not need to miss everything. See these awesome stickers? If you want to have the chance to win some of those and some postcards, keep an eye out on our Discord, where we will host some raffles with chances for you to win some.
Now, hopefully you're satisfied with all your learning today and tomorrow, but there is more. If you have a full ticket, you can access some amazing workshops that are free, included in the ticket price you already paid, or you can still buy a ticket and join later on. Some workshops have already been, and I've heard some great responses, but there's still a few coming up in the coming days. So be sure to check it out if you still have some time available. It's all in the upcoming week, if I'm not correct. Yeah, February. Amazing. So you can still join. There's spots available still for every workshop. They last 1, 2, or 3 hours, depending on which one you join. And you can still join. It's for free. You already paid for it. So why not join?
And we are working to making this event better and better with each iteration. So your feedback is very important to us. Go to testjssummit.com/feedback and please fill in the form at some point during the event to let us know what has already been good and what could be improved upon.
I hope everybody kind of filled out the poll. I'm really curious to see where everybody is in the world and where everybody lives. So if we could switch to the results from the poll, that'd be amazing. Oh wow, that's quite a lot of location. It looks like the US is one of the biggest ones. No, whoa, that's really early for the US. Germany, it looks like Anna has a lot of people that are watching with her. The UK is poorly represented. Oh wow, India, it's kind of late for India, right? Kind of late right now. We're gonna be on for a while. That's really interesting. It's really good to see most of the world represented and people that are watching us right now. That makes failure even worse for me. Thank you. No pressure. With that and without further ado, Anna, I think we can start testing things, right?
Yes, finally, let's get started testing. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to our first speaker, Christian Broman. Christian is an open source, works at the open source program office at Source Lab, and he is an advocate for open source and open standard. He is also one of the contributors of WebDriver.io. And please don't forget to ask some questions about his talk on Discord. And speaking of questions, he also submitted a question that you are supposed to answer on Slido.com. How many different ways are there to automate a browser? 1, 2, 3, or it depends? And with that, please a big round of digital applause for Christian. Please take the stage.
Hello, you all. Thank you for joining the session, and particularly big thanks to the TestJS Summit organizer and speaker committee for inviting me to open the conference. I'm very excited about all the great talks from experts around the world that we will get to see over the next 2 days. And I'm very happy to see such great events continue to take place despite the difficult global situation that we find ourselves in. I would love to spend the next 25 minutes to speak a little bit about how browser automation has been evolved over the last decade or so. And I hope it gives all a little bit more context when you hear about automation tools in the upcoming sessions. But before we start, let me introduce myself. I'm Christian. I'm working in the open source program office at Source Labs. And most people probably know me as the maintainer of WebDriver.io, which is a project that got me excited about automated testing and browser automation many, many years ago. And maintaining the project really taught me a lot of things about, generally how browsers work and how open source and open standards are being developed. And those are all topics that I'm fortunate to work on full time these days. The reason I wanted to give this talk is because I see a lot of misconceptions about how browser automation actually work. It's a kind of interesting challenge, especially for cloud vendors and cloud providers, because as a user, there's not much delineation between your automation framework and the automation actually happening in the browser. So for instance, if your click doesn't happen, even though the test script passes without errors, or if the script cannot find an element, even though you clearly see that the element is there when you check it yourself, people kind of blame the frameworks first, and then at some point, the cloud vendor second. While in reality, there are a lot of nuances and processes responsible for making that click happen in the first place. Maybe in a VM that is miles and miles away from the machine that actually runs your test. So let's have a look how a click command in the framework actually ends up being a click event in the browser. And to do so, I would like to start with a small recap. Browser automation has been around for more than a decade, and there have been quite some interesting developments and influences happening over the years, especially with the web changing from how it was 15 years ago to what it is today. So let's recap what has happened so far and how we got where we are right now. It started all kind of in 2004 with someone called Jason Huggins having the need to test an expense tool at ThoughtWorks to make sure it works on IE as well as on Firefox back then. He called that tool Selenium, and it's probably a project that you all know already. A year later, another actor jumps into the scene claiming to have built a better tool, which was called WebDriver. That guy was Simon Stewart. Both tools over the years gained more and more popularity as browser automation became a thing to test a web application. So at some point, Jason thought it would be a good idea to create a company. That company was called Source Labs. It was apparent that both tools, the WebDriver project and the Selenium project, they were great, but they have their certain limitation in specific areas. Selenium, which was back then running in the browser, had problems with cross-region policies and automation around the browser in general, while WebDriver had other limitations when it came around automating certain elements. So Jason and Simon merged the project together and joined forces to overcome these limitations and really provide the best experience possible at the time. And over the years, these frameworks gained more and more popularity to a point where people had a clear idea about how automation works. And so a working group at the W3C was formed to kind of standardize this process. The goal here was really to make sure that a click in, for instance, Chrome was the same as a click in Firefox. And so the people there started an effort to draft a standard with the requirements in mind that people had at this point in time when it comes to browser automation. This created a lot of confidence and traction in the ecosystem where a lot of new projects started to flourish and started to be created. We see the WebDriver.io release in 2011, and we see other projects like Appium that bring the same principle into the mobile space. What then happened was quite interesting. The web kind of changes a lot, and also the way how web application built. What has been before kind of a static server that was delivering static websites has now becomes more and more a dynamic JavaScript-heavy web application that uses frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, or Svelte. That drastically has changed a lot of requirements that people had when they test application. Suddenly, front-end and back-end became more and more decoupled, and people really wanted to start focusing, testing only the front-end application rather than deploying the whole stack. And with the continuous development of more web APIs that became available in the browser, people had more and more use cases to test. A lot of these use cases were not really in focus when WebDriver or Selenium were developed. Luckily, during those times, we had companies like Cypress who stepped in and filled the needs for developers in a really extraordinary way. They tried to close the gaps, as well as a lot of other tools that started to pop up in the ecosystem. During all these developments, the standard that was supposed to solve these problems was finalized and became a so-called recommended standard. However, while it allowed you to run automation across all browsers, its original design was already behind, and it was clear that it wouldn't solve the problems that developers have building modern web applications today. So almost at the same time, a new effort was started to develop a new protocol with the experiences and learnings that made creating the first one and new requirements that developers have building modern web apps today. So if we look into the ecosystem, we can pretty much group tools into kind of two buckets. We have on the one side the more conventional tools like Selenium or WebDriver.io, and we have on the other side the so-called non-standard tools. And both groups have some interesting characteristics. Starting with the conventional ones. They are, as you might expect, all using the WebDriver protocol and therefore allow you to truly do cross-browser automation. Every command you can run in WebDriver is tested in every browser like any other standard that you have in the web. However, given the way some front-end frameworks are built, it can still create some incompatibilities when testing web apps. So as a design of this protocol, which was originally do everything a user would be able to do, it's not very suited for developers that like to introspect all areas of the application. These tools aren't really that popular among devs and more used by QA folks. However, many of them are open-governed, open-source projects with a long history and a large community. We have WebDriver.io that is, for instance, part of the OpenJS Foundation alongside Node.js, Mocha, and Webpack. And we have Selenium, which is a project of the Software Freedom Conservancy. Now, on the other side, we have I call them non-standard tools, which all have their own ways to automate the browser and their own set of advantages and disadvantages over each other. These custom approaches usually are based on some sort of JavaScript emulation or through the use of browser APIs. That makes them, however, all limited to a certain browser. Provides them, however, with the capabilities that you would not have with WebDriver. And therefore is much more interesting for developers that like to introspect web apps, that like to introspect the network and the DOM, things like that. What is interesting that all these projects are baked by companies and multiple people working on these projects full time. Looking at all these projects together, we see that we have tools like Cypress and Testcafe that taking the approach of using web APIs for automation. We have Puppeteer and Playwright that rely on native browser APIs. And lastly, we have Selenium, WebDriver.io, and many other tools that rely on the WebDriver protocol. What's worth pointing out here that some tools like Cypress or WebDriver.io actually use a mixture of two approaches. For some automation capabilities, Cypress needs to use browser APIs, for example, to take screenshots of the browser. On the other side, you have WebDriver.io that uses browser APIs for its performance testing features or integration into Google Lighthouse. Let's have a little closer look to see how you can automate browsers these days in general. There are, as I mentioned before, generally three common approaches. One, through JavaScript, the other through browser APIs, and the last through a browser driver. I would order using JavaScript and web APIs as automation approach as kind of the first generation of browser automation. Even though more novel tools like Cypress or Testcafe are using this approach, it actually has been around since the creation of Selenium, which was like Cypress, a test runner within the browser. In fact, for some automation commands, like finding out if an element is visible, Selenium still uses JavaScript that it injects into the page. This is because it is almost impossible to define a visible state in the context of a web standard like WebDriver. The advantage of this approach is that you have full control about the execution environment of your application, and it allows you to run the commands fast and reliable. However, you can only do as much as JavaScript and particularly the web APIs allow you to do, which is a lot, but you need some workarounds for certain situations, like, for instance, taking the screenshots. If we look how that works when using JavaScript automation as an engine, there are usually two common approaches that you can take to go with that approach. One used by Cypress, where you run the application on a test in an iframe and have a test runner in the parent frame accessing the execution context. So the browser loads pretty much a test runner that renders the application on the test in an iframe. The test runner then can exchange messages or access the iframe with JavaScript directly. Testcafe approaches this a bit differently. They use a proxy to proxy all the requests that come from the page and inject, therefore, their own JavaScripts into the HTML page. Again, the general limitation to this approach is that you're caught in the JavaScript sandbox and only have access and don't have access outside of it. So the workarounds that tools like Cypress or Testcafe use are through browser APIs. Browser APIs are, I would say, the second generation of browser automation because it was originally used in the WebDriver project to automate browsers. Back then, it was common to abuse the browser extensions to trigger certain events in the browser. And other browsers, like the Internet Explorer, were automated by a native COM interface that Microsoft provided in Windows operation systems back then. Today, the browser vendors have evolved and browsers are much more capable to introspect what's happening in the browser. And we see a lot of those capabilities are used in not only in automation space, but also for debugging browser through tools like Chrome DevTools. Again, the problem with these browser APIs are that they work very differently and aren't really well documented outside from browser teams, and they actually change a lot from one version to another. Think about this as you have 3 browser friends that offer you help, but all kind of like speak a different language. With one friend being Safari, who doesn't really like to listen to you and always wears headphones. To give all browser friends one task, you would need to understand and speak all their languages, which is why tools like Puppeteer or frameworks that are based on Puppeteer usually can only automate one type of browser, in this case, a Chromium-based one. Luckily, we see that browser vendors start to join forces to speak a more similar language, which is why we see, for instance, Puppeteer support in Firefox Nightly these days. And we have, on the other side, former browser teams implementing a custom adjustments to browser engines to allow you to do the same type of communication between all of these browsers. Lastly, we have the WebDriver protocol, which I would argue be the 3rd generation, as it combines really the previous 2 approaches to ensure a consistent automation experience across all browsers. It's a web standard, which means it's an actively developed protocol by all browser vendors. So if we meet as a working group, we have people from Microsoft, from Google, and from Apple on one table discussing about that standard. All changes to that protocol are tested, like all web standards are. So if we add a command, that command is tested in all browsers and continuously run to check that we are reliable across browsers. But as I mentioned before many times, the original design of that protocol has failed the requirements of testing modern web apps today. And the way how the WebDriver protocol works is that you have for every browser some sort of driver that can translate a well-defined command, like a click on an element, into an automation command that the browser understands. The protocol is often and correctly referred as to being very slow and outdated. One of the reasons is, for instance, that this translation step of the driver requires an extra request. And so you can think about with the WebDriver protocol as if you are, as a developer or a test author, you're kind of like managing a browser factory. But of course, due to COVID, you have to work from home. And in this case, your home does not have any telephone or internet. So you cannot contact your factory directly. You need to have an assistant to make commands in that factory. So the assistant comes to you, asks you for a command, and then the assistant goes to the factory, executes the command, and at some point comes back with the result. This sometimes can take up to 200 milliseconds, if not more, particularly if you run in the cloud. And on a busy day, you sometimes run over thousands of commands in a single test. This obviously is not really an effective way to run a factory. While a single transaction is slow, this approach, however, has the advantage to be really scalable. We have customers at Sauce Labs that run efficient test suites up to 1,000 tests in parallel that can tremendously reduce the execution time of a whole test suite, while a singles test can still be kind of slow. Another advantage is that you can automate not only factories with browsers, but literally all kinds of factories, being it maybe a mobile factory or an IoT factory. So if you run, let's say, a browser factory, you have an assistant that understands the inner workings of a browser and can help you to make that command reality. If you have a mobile factory, you have an assistant that understands iOS or Android and can execute your commands in there. So this idea of having this translator for executing a trivial command, like click on a button in a complex user agent, works quite well. As I mentioned before, your assistant here really is able to do all kinds of like commands if it understands the factory. But the limitation is that it always has to go to the factory, execute the command, and come back. These limitations are very problematic for testing modern web apps, where you really need to introspect the whole factory itself. So luckily, the W3 working group has been kicked off a new effort to develop an updated standard that would overcome the problems that we see in automating browsers today, based on this little thought experiment that we just did with this assistant. This new world of browser automation kind of like would look like this. You would be like some sort of commander that would oversee not only a single factory, but all other domains of your ecosystem. And instead of telling one command at a time, you can give multiple commands to multiple actors at the same time while listening to different inputs from them. It makes you some sort of automation god, so to speak. And it comes with quite a lot of interesting features. For one, it tries to address the capabilities by developers today who want to have introspection into network, DOM, and console type of things. So it will likely come with primitives to modify network data without having to use a proxy, or it will allow you to introspect the DOM to handle elements flawlessly. In addition to that, it will provide you enough access so that implementers can be very creative when building test frameworks. For example, there's a Bootstrap script plan that allows you to execute that kind of script before your app is loaded into the execution context. So that allows you to monkey patch API or install your own automation extensions. But it also gives you access to some extent. It also gives you access to some extent to browser APIs to control the browser using native capabilities. And so you can finally talk to your Safari friend. And but like all the web standards that we have right now, backwards compatibility is important. So you will be able to continue to test legacy browsers and browsers across just one version. That said, this protocol is in the making. And like all web standards, feedback is important. So if you automate a browser, which I think all of you do to some extent, come by and provide feedback. This is really important so that the new design of the protocol actually covers the use cases and requirements for everyone. Another interesting fact here is that with this effort, it will change quite a lot about how tests are being run in the future. Because instead of having one command send and getting one response back, you will be able to send thousands of commands at a time and receive 1,000 messages at a time. So the amount of data exchange will increase a lot, which is particularly interesting and problematic for browser vendors like Sauce Labs, where the current business model is pretty much like you send a browser command through the internet to a VM in the cloud and get a response back. With the new WebDriver protocol, this probably won't work anymore. And if you would run or would try to run this at the same scale with the same amount of browser, you could technically DDoS your own CI/CD system. So those browser vendors or cloud vendors, they need to find a solution to overcome this problem. And there have been some interesting developments in this market. For one, we will likely see a change in the execution model. So we won't send a single command through the internet anymore because your test lives on the different side of the world than the browser. These commands or components will be moved together. And so the browser vendor will likely either ask you to upload the test to the cloud or provide you a way to run the tests with the browser in your own infrastructure. Another trend I've seen is that functional testing alone is not the only way how we will measure the quality of your application anymore. Vendors will be more apparent throughout the whole software development lifecycle of the application and will accompany you through development, testing, and release process. So information will be captured through all these, through all the sides of the spectrum and used to indicate what is actually wrong in your application. And lastly, with the increase of all these quality signals, we will also see an increase in new kind of testing types. So over the last years, we already have seen development in that space. For instance, there have been development and performance testing with WebDriver. This year, we will likely see more accessibility testing tools, and there will be more kind of like different kind of testing types like that. So there will be a lot of interesting developments. And while the protocol will make us a lot of work as a browser vendor, it also provides tremendous amount of opportunities to build the tooling we need to ship better application to the web. So what's next? How will the future of browser automation will look like? Honestly, I can't really tell for sure. I also will definitely not recommend you one framework over the other. I'm excited about all these developments that we have in this space. And even though I would like to see the WebDriver protocol as a standard to succeed, at the same time, I'm rooting for tools like Cypress or Playwright that really push the boundaries of automation and really provide so much value for the developer persona. And honestly, without these frameworks, I wouldn't see that kind of development that we have in the standard space right now. That said, if you want to improve the quality of the web, it doesn't go without standards, which is why I'm excited as well about the developments that happen in that space. For one, we have this new WebDriver protocol in the making that enables you so much more opportunities. It really combines the best of all three approaches and creates tremendous chances for implementers to build tools that effectively can test and automate web application. It is also very exciting to see that more and more web standards are shipped with WebDriver extensions. We have, for example, the Web Authentication API that allows you to create virtual authenticators with WebDriver. Very recently, we have seen changes in HTML that have caused the creation of a new WebDriver command to change the time zone. And we have much more APIs, like the Sensor API, browser reporting APIs, and permission APIs that already have WebDriver extensions. That said, creating any form of standards is usually a very slow process. You need to get people on board. You have to make sure that what you standardize makes sense for all users, and you have to write the spec. So these changes won't happen overnight. It is really good to see, though, that all these developments in the tooling and standard space are taking place and are getting faster and faster. We are at the end of my talk, and I wanted to end with the following quote by Maya and James, who are developers at Mozilla. They say, an automation solution based on a proprietary protocol will always be limited in the range of browsers it can support. The success of the web is built on multi-vendor standards. It's important that test tooling builds on standards as well, so that tests work across all the browsers and devices where the web works. With that, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak, and thank you all for listening.
Wow, thank you so much for this amazing talk. I've used a few frameworks myself, but I never knew about the history of browser automation. I definitely learned a lot. So shall we have a look at the poll? Okay, a lot of people answered, it depends. I guess that's one of the most used answers in IT history. And please remember, you can still ask questions on our Discord, and then we have Christian joining. Hi. Hi,
Hey, everyone.
Christian. Thanks again for your talk. It was really good. What do you think of the result of the polls?
I mean, I was expecting that answer. Every time you get a question, a technical question, it depends is usually the right way to go.
Yeah.
And to answer it, in my opinion, yeah, it depends. I guess there are a lot of ways how you can automate the browsers. Right now, the most popular ones are usually down to 3, which I explained in my talk.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, it depends is probably a much used answer for a lot of questions. It just works. Speaking of questions, I saw we had a few questions in the Q&A channel already. Triderman, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong, asked, what are your thoughts on the low-code automation platforms like Tosca?
Yeah, I've been exploring low-code solutions a lot recently as it becomes more and more interesting. I think it's a great way to introduce more people to testing. And these tools are also becoming more and more sophisticated that really provide valuable solutions for people that just don't code. And that's totally fine. And we want to have those people also being able to test software.
Yeah, in my experience, also having people with like the knowledge about the product being able to help write the tests is invaluable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sudharsan, again, so sorry if I'm butchering the names, wrote, I prefer to run browser tests in headless mode in cloud runtimes like Lambda/Google functions. I would like to know which framework has native support. Do you know anything about this, Christian?
Oof, I've experimenting with that in the WebDriver project to be able to just run a bunch of Lambda functions in the wild and scale up to like thousands without touching your own CPU. That's a really interesting thing. And I think that's something where we could explore to move forward, at least for people. That might be a reliable solution that, want to really test on one browser that runs in a Docker container efficiently. So let's see what the future brings.
Yeah, I've never done anything like this, but let's hope the future brings a lot more to support this. The stockbroker asked, how much time until native tools will eclipse these emulated and browser API reliant tools, and in what ways?
I'm not sure if I get this question right. How much time until native? So I think the browser APIs will continue to develop themselves as they are usually a good way to help people debug the browser as well. So we will definitely see a lot of development there across browsers and across browser engines.
Yeah, I guess maybe the question was about usage or something, but maybe the stockbroker can clarify if this didn't answer his question. Gaiety said, my experience with these frameworks is a lot of wait for X to exist. Is there a future where these tools can intelligently understand SPAs? Yeah, I've made that experience quite a lot myself.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. The thing about automating a browser is that browsers in itself as a piece of software are complex, like really asynchronous. The idea of a browser is a really asynchronous idea. And those kind of methods where you have to wait for an element to exist is something that you need to do to make this browser automation work. There are tools that try to help you with that. And I think tools that are really good in this will succeed as an automation framework because it's really difficult for people that don't develop browsers to have an understanding about that. And we should make this as simple as possible. And there will definitely be development like this. We see it across all the frameworks right now. I think that this kind of development will be continued as well.
Yeah. Okay, Philly Falla said, are smart TV vendors and other more obscure browser vendors also part of this standardization?
No, currently the WebDriver protocol is focused on the web. There have been some efforts in the past to create some sort of mobile standard around automation. The problem is that we need to get these vendors on board to sit on the table and agree on those kind of standards. And as long as that doesn't happen, it will be difficult to create a standard like this. For the web, this, we have all agreed to like all the browser vendors have agreed to work on those kind of standards. I would love to see that in the IoT space as well, and we will see what the future brings.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question. Joey Helfrich asked, will the web authentication extension allow basic HTTP auth? We use it to keep the bots off of sites in development, but have to turn it off to run tests.
I unfortunately haven't looked too much into that browser, WebDriver extension. I'm not sure. I don't think it will allow the basic auth to happen, but it is something that is in the WebDriver BiDi roadmap for sure.
Okay. I think all of the rest of the questions can be answered in the discussion room on spatial.chat, where Christian will join you shortly. Thank you so much again for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
And please, everybody, remember to go to slido.com and tell us what you think of this talk. Give some feedback. And before we go on to the next talk, I would like to give a huge shout out to Source Labs. Source Labs is the platform developers trust to help them deliver better software faster. Use Selenium or your preferred JavaScript framework to run end-to-end tests on the Source Labs continuous testing cloud, and be confident your app will look, function, and perform exactly as they should on every browser, operating system, and device. Learn more at sourcelabs.com. And again, thank you so much for helping to make this event possible. And now I'm very happy to introduce you to Mark Wubben. Mark Wubben is a humanist and technologist. He is a sustainer of Ava.js and product engineer at Monolith. He will be talking about It's Not Your Assertion Library. And he also has a question for us. He wants to know, what is your main job responsibility? Architect solutions, write code, or build a beta product? Head to slido.com and answer this question. We will come back to the answers after the talk. And now another round of applause for Mark. The stage is yours.
Hi, thanks for joining me. My name is Mark Wubben, and in my spare time, I maintain a Node.js test runner called Ava. Maybe you've heard of it. As foreshadowed by the title of this talk, I'm not really here to talk about Ava, but you should totally check it out. Now, in my day job, I work as principal product engineer at Monolith, which is a financial service provider in the cryptocurrency space in the UK and Europe. I'm not really here to talk about that either, but of course you should totally check it out. This is not a talk about test runners, nor a talk about cryptocurrencies or how I write tests in the office. Instead, it's a talk about what I think we should strive for in our profession and the role that software testing can play. My job at Monolith and my hobby of maintaining a test runner give me what I hope is an interesting perspective on this. So to start us off, let's look at an engineering project delivered in the Netherlands back in the 90s, costing nearly €500 million. It was a success. 2 million people rely on it, and yet it's rarely been used. So this is the Maasland storm surge barrier. It protects Rotterdam and the surrounding area from storm surges. So if I zoom out a bit on the map, you start to see like all the towns around it. I grew up somewhere north of that, but Rotterdam is down here. Now, of course, the Dutch are somewhat famous for holding the sea at bay, and typically we build dikes or levees, as they're also known, as a wall to keep the water out. And the land around this waterway is protected by dikes. But in the 80s, the Dutch determined that the dikes were not high enough, So the obvious solution is you make them higher, right? But to do that, to increase the height of a dike, you need to widen the base. And this is hard to do when you have centuries-old towns built next to the dikes. Legacy code, if you will. So relocating these towns would have cost a fortune and taken decades, and a more creative solution was required. Elsewhere in the country, we have this, which is the Afsluit dike. And it separates the North Sea from what is now a lake, but what used to be known as the Southern Sea. But because it separates, a sea from a lake, it's pretty easy to widen this and to make it higher, which is a project that is on the way right now. Oh, and there is one other problem, which is that back in the 80s, Rotterdam Harbor was the world's largest seaport. I think it's still top 5 or definitely top 10. You can't quite close that off because, well, where are all the containers going to go? So just like how with NPM, we built the world's largest package registry, the Dutch built one of the world's largest movable structures. So there's 2 gates. Let's see if I can play this. Here we go. There's 2 gates that can be floated into the waterway and lowered, protecting the hinterland from storm surges. Each gate is 22 meters high, 210 meters wide, backed by 237-meter long trusses resting on the world's largest ball joint with a diameter of 10 meters for a combined weight of nearly 15,000 tons. And this is all controlled by a computer because you can't have anxious operators close off a busy port because a storm is brewing. So the humans have been replaced by 200,000 lines of C++ code. And the test suite is 250,000 lines. But this is not your average piece of code. The system was designed using formal methods. You can find a 20-year-old paper on that, and it's only going to cost you 40 euros. Now, I'm not going to recommend that for your next React component, but it makes me pretty confident that my family will keep their feet dry. So my apologies for this diversion into real-world engineering, but I think there are some insights that we can take away from this barrier. So for instance, it doesn't actually fully close, which you can kind of make out here. There's a small gap between both arms because you don't really want them crashing into each other because who knows what kind of damage that would do. But, makes you think about achieving 100% code coverage, right? They don't even care about keeping all the water out. They just have to keep almost all the water out. So, code. As a profession, and I'm guilty of this myself, we can be terribly focused on code, new APIs, new frameworks, fretting about tech debt. And this can be fun, and it keeps us busy, and it makes it look like we're doing stuff. So at Monolith, I'm a product engineer. And instead of talking more about engineering, I think we should talk a bit about product. So we build products to serve a customer. So for Monolith, that's individuals. For the storm surge bearer, that's 2 million individuals and businesses, and a good chunk of the Dutch economy. And like building these barriers, building products is a multidisciplinary effort. Design, marketing, research, support, operations, both like DevOps, technical operations, as company operations. Compliance, whether it's GDPR or in our case, certain financial regulations, quality assurance, it's a lot. So what do we, as software developers, contribute to all this? Endlessly refining code or figuring out how to test the edgiest of edge cases can be a fun challenge, but does it serve the customer? Does it deliver value? Building great products requires iteration, reflection, and making trade-offs. You have to determine your constraints, like not moving an entire village. You have to make assumptions, test them, learn, make more assumptions, and so on and so forth. And this is required of everybody, not just developers. It's a high wire balancing act. And luckily, we can often afford to make mistakes in public. We just call them bugs. Testing assumptions doesn't always require you to write code. In fact, if you assume that writing code is the most expensive part of the process, then we should test as many assumptions as possible with the fewest lines of code as possible. At other times, it's most effective to write a bunch of spaghetti code, put it live, learn from what happens, and then change it again. speed over quality so you can learn more quickly and deliver more value faster. And with apologies to my Italian coworkers for insinuating that spaghetti does not have quality. Now, I can hear you cry, what about tech debt? I know, building products is not easy. It requires extensive collaboration between people who have radically different ways of defining and solving problems. As long as everybody is aligned on delivering the value to the customer, you'll stand a good chance of succeeding. But of course, there are things we can do as software developers to help with this process. And yes, that does involve testing. Because the problem with rapidly writing software is that at some point, you're done. If not with the project, then with that servers or those UI components. And when you're done, you move on. And then you have to go back and make changes. And you don't know if you've broken anything. So that storm surge barrier, they test it every year just to make sure the mechanism still works. Summertime, do some maintenance, no storms coming. Then late September, float it in, see if you can close it. Which sounds easy enough, right? But you got to be pretty confident that it will also float back out, because you can't block the seaport for days. That would be very expensive. And probably all that software that drives it also receives the occasional update. So good thing they have a whole process for verifying its correctness. Now, I've long thought of code being a reflection of how you understand a problem. So the clearer your understanding of, the clearer your code. And as the problem changes, so must the code. And the iteration that is required to build good products is what causes the problem to change, and therefore the code to change. So good tests also reflect the problem, as well as the constraints that are imposed on the code. But more importantly, good tests provide confidence. Confidence that the problem is solved by your code. Confidence that when the problem changes and you're tasked with changing the code, you don't accidentally break things. We write tests so that we can have confidence to iterate without breaking anything and to deliver value. So who does the testing in your organization? The dedicated QA teams, they can be fantastic, but you should avoid a culture where you chuck it over the fence. Software development team should have confidence in their code, and that's going to require them to write their own tests. Of course, given that you're attending this conference, you're probably not the fence-chucking kind. Now, if I can make a confession, I don't like writing tests. I don't think I'll ever find it fun. Spending days writing tests for a new service, even when it's a critically important authentication system. Writing tests can be tedious, feel like it's slowing you down so that you can iterate less and deliver less value. So my advice then is to focus on the confidence, not the methodologies, whether you're test-driven or behavior-driven, not the assertion libraries and APIs. Because really, how many abstractions can you handle? Frameworks can you learn? Use those in your actual code. Use that energy for your actual code and avoid unnecessary abstractions in your tests. Don't follow methodologies because they are best practice. Instead, do what makes sense for you and your team. Are you building better products or are you wasting time? So the code I tend to write runs in the backend. So, and within that context, I found that integration tests are good if they reflect a problem that you're solving. If you can't use an integration test, but you want to test a critical area of the code, then use a unit test. Constraints, they often show up in input validation, and that's where you really want to test edge cases. But most importantly, write code. Write code that tests, be confident, and build awesome products. Thank you, and I hope to chat with you in a Q&A.
Building great products requires iteration, reflection, and making trade-offs. That's a quote I definitely noted down. Thank you very much for this talk, Mark. I really like the analogy with like the dikes and the ocean. And I really like the style of your slides. And I saw that in the Q&A channel, you also commented on the slides. But please remember, you can also ask questions. And speaking of question, let's have a look at the poll on Slido. Building a better product is what most of you said. I thought about what to answer myself, and I really couldn't find one that fit well for me. But let's say hi to Mark, and maybe he can tell us what answer fits for him best. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, and magically with a different room.
Magically different room, yes, from all over the place. So what is your main job responsibility?
Well, I mean, I would say building the better product, but
Building a better product.
That's kind of like why I gave the talk the way I did. So
yeah, I guess before I switched positions, like before I was more of a software developer, that was my main responsibility as well. But now I'm not quite sure what to answer to that question, actually. I'll have to think about that, just like I have to think about the iteration, reflection, and making trade-offs. It's a really great quote. I like it. And Yuval Dutner asked, when is spaghetti code a cost too high for confidence? Do you have any opinions on that?
Well, is that the right question? I suppose it's again, it's a trade-off between the commitments maybe that you're making with the code, and so the more commitments you make to customers, the more you need to have confidence. So if the code is like moving money around and you're not sure it's really going to the right place, then that would be a big problem. If the code is sending push notifications, but half the time it doesn't, maybe that's not such a big problem.
Yeah, I guess the use case always plays a big role in what your priorities should be. But traditionally, if I remember like back to university and everything, everybody told me, no, spaghetti code is bad, don't do that. But
well, that's what you get told when you're learning stuff, because it's otherwise too tempting maybe to just keep going and never make it better. Which also when you're learning stuff, like you have to try and write better systems from the start. Otherwise, you might never learn how to do that, right? You're always just writing spaghetti code.
Yeah.
But I think when you're building something, often the problem is not like how good is your code. The problem is, well, what do the users actually need out of this? And so it's that's what you actually have to learn, because it doesn't matter if you have really good code, but your product doesn't resonate.
Yeah, if the product
you still have to change
solve
to your good code at that
problem for the user, it's yeah. I guess you have to learn how to properly build things to be able to see when it's okay to build things that are not like very good, or where it's allowed to write code that is not up to all the what's the word that's not up to quality standards. And Yuval Dutner actually wrote a follow-up question. If I have confidence in my tests, but they are not built consistently, doesn't it reduce confidence?
If the tests are not consistent?
If I have confidence in my tests, but they are not built consistently, doesn't it reduce confidence? I remember situations where we had like tests that were flaky, or in some project situations the tests weren't run regularly. Maybe he means that.
Or maybe the tests itself are not always run. I mean, two sides maybe. If you're changing code, or if anything like changes, then you need to make sure you're running your tests. If you accidentally disable your tests, then well, it's untested because even though the testing code exists, they never run, right? But sometimes, like everything else changes. Like your code doesn't change, but the platform it runs on changes. The node version changes. And so let's say, I don't know, but back in the olden days before Docker, you would install Node on a machine, and that's where you would run your code. So if you upgrade that Node version, you haven't changed the code deployment. So then you have to make sure you have tested with that newer Node version. And even now, if you use Docker images, like you might not run your tests against the final build output. So you still want to make sure all of those things are the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Hopefully that gets at an answer.
Hopefully. And if not, he can join the speaker room later on and maybe talk to you about that directly.
Yeah.
And Nikolai Advolotkin, I'm really sorry about my pronunciation about names. He asked, I'd like to understand how you balance how much tests to write to give you that confidence.
Again, it's hard to answer that, like to give you like a rule, because it depends on where you're not confident. So some things, if you use TypeScript and you're calling an API and it's type checked, you can be fairly confident that that those arguments are fine. You're using it in the correct way. So you might not have to test all of that stuff. But other cases,
yeah, I guess it depends a lot, like on the use case. For like my side project, I rarely have like a high test coverage. But when I'm working on systems that deal with sensitive information or something, I definitely want to have a lot of tests. And otherwise, I personally don't feel confident in the code. So it depends.
Yeah.
Maybe the answer to go with again.
That's another, like, what is the worst thing that could happen if the code doesn't work as advertised? So again, if it's money stuff, well, taking money from the wrong person or sending money too early, you really want to test that. In the UK, a couple of weeks ago, they accidentally deleted a whole bunch of crime records too early.
They what?
Yeah, records expire after, like, certain records they can't use after X number of years because, well, I mean, the suspect wasn't convicted and so forth. So there's code that deletes those records, but it deleted way too many records. I'm sure that's a really hard system to manage and hard to test, but yeah, that's like an area where you really want to make sure you're not deleting the wrong thing.
Yeah, I like the question, like, what is the worst thing that can happen to maybe use as a measurement for my confidence in the tests?
The other thing to keep in mind is that, like, your time has a, I'm going to assume, like, your work in a business, in a business or an employee or contractor, like, your time has a cost. And, if you're an employee, like, you don't really have to, like, be super concerned about wasting your boss's money, not to an extreme. But sometimes the worst that could happen isn't very expensive and isn't very likely. And so spending a lot of time preventing that might not be worth it.
Yes.
But it's not easy to make to think that through either, because sometimes it might not cost a lot of money, but it might take a lot of time to clean up. So then it still costs a lot of money.
Yeah, you should consider the cost of like what it takes to build the tests and run the tests regularly, but you also should consider the cost of what happens when you don't test your code, right? So we have a few more questions. Jacek asked, what about starting with spaghetti code and a set of end-to-end tests to still keep you in check?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not saying don't write tests until you're like ready to write good code.
Okay,
to do whatever you're comfortable with.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Please elaborate if you want to. If not, you can also join in the speaker room later on and talk more about this. So ASA 100 asked, how can a testing team help foster a developer culture that discourages throwing features over the wall?
I haven't had the privilege to work with a testing team, so it's hard to answer that from experience. I think it might be helping other people in the organization care about testing and making it easier for them to write testing and changing the culture so that it's not so people feel like testing is part of their responsibility and feel that they have support to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess if the other people care, then there's no throwing over the wall. We have time for one last question. TestyByte wants to know, what is your definition of integration tests? If you're not mocking everything in your unit test, is that an integration test?
I'm not sure I am too precious about those definitions. What I do in the service testing is I'll spin up a database, pops up, but then I mock the third-party services. So the code I'm testing, like that's all running and it's using a database and it's storing things, and I can observe those effects. And I can control like the data that goes in either from a request I'm making in my test or from like the stopped out service that it talks to. It's not an end-to-end like integration test because I'm not like using a live service. But I think it's like good enough to get confidence in the one service that I am testing. But you have to get all the mocks right. And you can still, like, if you model it differently than what happens in production, then it's still going to be wrong.
Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day, Mark. And you can join him in the speaker room.
Yes, thank you for having me, and everybody enjoy the conference.
And remember to go to slido.com and leave a rating for the talk. Let us know what was good.
Thank you, Anna. That was a hard act to follow. I'm all out of coffee, and I feel like I couldn't do as good a job as you are. Let's give you a little break while I thank one of our sponsors. I'd like to thank Focused Reactive, that are a London and remote-based consultancy specializing in enterprise Jamstack websites, headless CMS adoption, as well as generic React and Node software engineering. Thank you, Focused Reactive, for making this conference possible. And with that, I'd like to go to the next speaker. I'm really excited to have Angie join us on stage. Angie is gonna talk about how your tests lack vision and adding eyes to your automation framework. Angie is a principal developer advocate who specializes in test automation strategies and techniques. She shares her wealth of knowledge with us all today. And if you want to learn more, she writes on angiejones.tech or at the Test Automation University. Angie, please take it away. Actually, no, I forgot. How could I? Angie actually prepared a question for you all today. And the question is, do you perform visual testing? So go on slido.com, enter the code 6617. By now, you've got that figured out already, and answer the question, do you perform visual testing? The answers are, drum roll, yes, no, or sometimes. It doesn't depend this time, it's sometimes. So please go on Slido and answer the question. With that, thank you, Angie, and give her a big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Today's talk is about visual testing. But first, let's start off with a little game of Who Done It.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
But how did you know?
Madam, as any horticulturist will tell you, one does not plant petunias until May is out. Take her away.
That's right, madam.
It's just a matter of observation. The real question is, how observant were you?
Action.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
Did you all happen to see any of the differences? Maybe the biggest one where the dead man got up and walked away? Probably not. And that's because we all suffer from what's called unintentional blindness. Unintentional blindness is where something new and unexpected enters your view and you miss it because you're so focused on something else. And this is especially true when we talk about testing our software, right? We're focused on whatever feature it is that we've written, and that's the one that we want to work, and we're missing everything that's going on around it. So how do we typically compensate for this? We automate the test. Because if we automate the test, we know that all of our steps will be recorded and all of our verifications will be verified, and we can guarantee that those things will happen every single time, right? But what about the unexpected things, right? Sorry to tell you, but when you automate your test, you're actually scripting in the unintentional blindness, and you miss other things that may be happening in your application, such as the look and feel, right? Using the traditional automation tools, when we automate those tests, it's looking in the DOM, and that's where it's interrogating to give us the answers to our questions. For example, is this text present on the screen? It looks in the DOM, the text is present, it tells us yes, the test passes. But what about if that text is the same color as the background and our users can't see it? What if it's bleeding off the edge of the page, right? What if it's covered by some other element and therefore our users can't read it or interact with it if it's a button or something? These are visual bugs. And when I talk about visual bugs and visual testing to solve for visual bugs, lots of times people will say, oh, that's interesting, and think of it as this nice to have. But let me tell you, visual bugs live in everyone's applications, big or small. Let me give you a couple of examples. Here is Cineworld. Cineworld is the second largest cinema chain on the planet. And they had a visual bug on the page that asks you if you want to store your credit card information. This looks a little funny. Ha ha, we can laugh about it, right? These labels aren't aligned with the buttons. But let me ask you another question. Would you store your credit card information on this page? I wouldn't. Why not? Well, just as Kim has alluded in this tweet, it looks like they haven't tested their application. And if you look at this, you think, oh boy, if they missed this, who knows what else they've missed, right? On the back end with my credit card. So no, of course not. I'm not going to store my credit card information on this screen. But I have a theory. I think they did test this. In fact, I think they automated the test for this. If they automated the test for this, then with querying the DOM, these labels are there, the radio buttons are there. It's not a problem to interact with them. But from a user perspective, this is really bad, right? You lose trust in the application. Here's another one, OpenTable. OpenTable is used to make restaurant reservations. I used to live in North Carolina a couple of years ago, and I went back to visit, and I wanted to catch up with some of my friends. So I went to make, a nice size reservation at one of my favorite barbecue places. North Carolina is known for barbecue. So the barbecue place was the Pit, and I was making a reservation for 7 people. They gave me some times to choose from, and I selected the 7 p.m. slot. When I selected this slot, a modal appeared. And it took me a minute to figure out, what am I supposed to do here? Because there's nothing in the center, right? And so as I got to looking around a bit, I noticed that over here in this corner, I can see a couple of select buttons, but this made me even more confused. What am I selecting? Why are there 2 of them? They're not aligned, and there's nothing here telling me what I'm selecting. So I did what any of you would do. I opened Chrome DevTools, and I began to dig around the DOM to try to figure out what was going on. And when I did that, I realized that the labels actually were there. They were just as far away from the buttons as possible. So, me being who I am, I did complete my reservation and I got to have barbecue, but I couldn't help but think about the many, many customers that are not engineers, that have no idea what Chrome DevTools are. If they're not looking in the DOM to make a reservation on your application. No, they're closing this out. And if they're millennial like me, they surely aren't going to give you a phone call. They move on to another restaurant, right? So think about how much business was lost because of this visual bug. These aren't one-offs. This happens to your favorite tech companies as well, like Amazon. On their mobile view, someone not only wanted to buy something, they wanted to increase the quantity, meaning multiply the amount of money that they were wanting to spend, and they're faced with this visual bug. This is Facebook Marketplace specifically. So you go to the marketplace, you're trying to shop for something. Look at the text over here and how it's just kind of going down the side of the page and overlapping on the images. This is very hard to read. This doesn't make me want to spend money, right? But if I queried the DOM and asked if that text was present, it'd say, yep, it sure is. This is how this kind of stuff makes it to production. Instagram. This is one of my favorite ones because this is sponsored content, meaning someone paid Instagram for premium placement of their advertisement. And this is what they got instead. All of the text is jumbled on top of each other, right? Again, query in the DOM, is this text present? Is this text present? Is this text present? Yes, yes, yes. Ship it, right? Twitter, same thing. Overlapping text. Automated tests wouldn't be able to catch that. Google, even Google, my goodness. This one is not as bad as the others, but hey, it is a point of purchase. And so some highly paid Google engineer has to stop innovating new features to go and fix this. Fortunately, we don't have to live like this, people. Visual validation can be automated. So what is visual validation exactly, or visual testing? Visual testing is where when you write your very first test for a feature, the first time, and you verify that, yes, this looks exactly how I want it to look. At that moment, we can take a screenshot of your application. And then for every regression run, we run another screenshot, take another one, and compare the two. If there are any differences, your test fails. So this catches everything and it eliminates the unintentional blindness, right? But be careful. Visual testing is not something that's new. In fact, it's been around in the industry for a while, but the technique that many vendors were using was not ideal for testing, right? So the way that most of the visual testing solutions will compare the images is pixel to pixel. Well, that's extremely flaky. Let me show you. So here is Google. And let's say that very first screenshot is when our test is perfect, our application is perfect. And so that's the baseline screenshot. In the second screenshot, that's a regression run. We compare it and the regression test fails. Who can see why? Yep, that Google search button is bolded in the second one. Well, when your cursor is over that button, that's the hover effect, right? So this is an automated test, maybe running as part of CI or something like that. You really didn't have control over where the cursor happened to have landed, and therefore now your deployment is blocked. Not what you want. Here's another one. Who can see why this one failed? Yep, because of that cursor behind the word bad. Cursor's blank, right? So if it happens to take the screenshot when the cursor is solid and then happens to take a regression screenshot when it's not, that can cause a failure as well. You don't want your deployments blocked for this and having to investigate why that happened, nor do you want to write automation code that tries to stop this sort of thing, right? Fortunately, Applitools has come out with a better approach to doing this using machine learning. So it mimics the human eye and brain and is able to highlight and detect only what matters in the test. So I have another game here. You all don't get to play because you let the dead man walk in the first game. But in this one, I ran this through pixel to pixel, and I ran it through Applitools machine learning algorithm to just see, like, what's the difference and how does it detect? And this is the one with the pixel to pixel. Notice everything is highlighted here, like every little white shift change. It's not meant for testing. Versus when I ran it through the Applitools algorithm, it highlighted the things that I would have highlighted as a human being, right? So, okay, let's add this to a test, an existing test. So here's our application and test, single page app, very simple. 8 of my favorite books on test automation. You enter some text into that field, and that will filter down the books, so the ones that have tests in the title. All right, so here's the test to do this. This is written in Cypress with JavaScript, but Applitools has SDKs for all of the different automation tools and all of the different programming languages. So if you use something different, good for you, but this is JSConf, right? So, okay, so this is Cypress, JavaScript. We are querying the word test. We are expecting these 5 books to come back. We enter that into the field, and then we have 2 validations here. One validates that the number of books that are visible is the same as what we expect. And each of those titles that's in the expected books array actually is visible. All right, great. So now I get a little wonky with the CSS and I want to add a bouncy effect, but I don't really know what I'm doing. But that's okay because I have tests, which means I can do whatever I want. So I add line 6 here to this CSS and I check it in, right? My test will let me know if anything's wrong. Again, here's my test. Look at it carefully. And this is what the application looks like with that new CSS. Will my test catch this? Let's see. I run this with Cypress again. Notice all the green here. There's no red, even though I have literally flipped my application upside down. That's a problem. That's why we need visual testing. So how do we add it? Very simple. 3 lines of code, almost like poetry, right? Starting on line 3, we use the Amplitude's Eyes API, and it integrates so nicely with Cypress. So look here, it becomes a side command. We say, open your eyes. We give it the name of our application. The next line, this is the magic. Check the window. This takes the screenshot. It sends it out to the Amplitude's cloud. Amplitude stores all of your images on their cloud, so you don't have to worry about disk space or anything like that. Final line, close your eyes. We're done here, folks. So we run this test, and now notice the test does fail because it detects, girl, you flipped your books upside down, right? And it highlights all of the differences there for me. Okay, so this is great for removing unintentional blindness, right? But we could even scope this down. What if we only wanted one book? For example, look at line 2. I'm just going to search for agile testing, knowing that there's only one book that comes back. And so I don't want to test the entire page because there could be a lot going on this page that I don't really care about. And I want to scope it down to the book. To scope it down, I use that same check window command, but I pass in a target, which saying I want to target a specific region, and I give it the CSS selector for that region. Okay, so that's the ID. And then notice the screenshot will only capture this one book. But when we scope it down like this, we have to be very careful because we could reintroduce the unintentional blindness. For example, let's say that this filter is broken. I enter the word test here and none of the books go away. Would our visual test pass or fail? If you said that it would pass, you are correct. Because remember, we only had a picture of that one book. We said, hey, look for that one book. Is it visually perfect? It sure is. It passes. So we have to still use our brain. Even though we're using machine learning in our testing, we are still in control. So I can mix and match my assertions. It doesn't have to be all visual. I can add that functional one back in, right? So look at line 3. I'm saying make sure that there's only one book visible. That's the functional assertion. And once that's the case, I can then say, now do the visual test. So that makes it really, really powerful. All right. I can also do dynamic content here. So you wouldn't think you could do dynamic, verified dynamic content with visual testing, but you can with Amplitudes, right? So this is a match level. There's several different match levels, so this makes it very verbose and flexible. But this layout is saying, I want you to use machine learning in a different way to just detect the layout of my page. So for example, this first screenshot, this is the books in one order. The second screenshot is the books in another order. Because I said to verify this using the layout algorithm, it's just going to detect the patterns on the page. Very popular for like news sites. When I used to work at Twitter, we used that match level for the tweets. We don't know what they're going to say, but we want to make sure that structurally the page is okay. Things aren't overlapping or bleeding off the edge, right? So even though those books are in different order, this still passes. And then the final thing I want to show you is the ability to run this across multiple platforms. So Applitools has this ultra fast grid that works beautifully with eyes. And what this does is allow you to run your tests across any browser or device that you want to simultaneously. And the way that it does this is it grabs the state of your application and then blasts it across all of those devices. So you don't need the device form. You don't have to deal with that at all. You don't even have to change your test. You simply add starting on line 4, we have an array that basically says, here's what I want. I want Firefox, Chrome, and IE in these dimensions. I want iPhone 10 in landscape and portrait mode. I want Galaxy. And this all runs lightning fast simultaneously. Pretty neat. And so that's what that would look like on the grid. Notice here, bunch of tests run here, all the different devices. Very, very, very cool. Also works for components. So if you have Storybook for Angular, Vue, React, this can verify your components and make sure your date pickers, your fields, your buttons, everything remains visually perfect as the rest of your teams are going to use these things. All right. So there you have it. That is visual testing in a nutshell. What questions can I answer for you?
Oh, wow. Thank you, Angie. That was an amazing talk. Thank you so much. I still remember one of the most satisfying moments of my career was halting a Firefox release for 2-pixel regression on the Firefox button. And it's just something that without visual regression tools, I wouldn't have been able to catch. So amazing talk. Thank you so much. I'd like also to see, I've asked you a question, I've asked you all a question before from Angie. Do you perform visual testing? I'd like to see the answers to that. And oh, wow, that's really a mixed bag. It was a close race there, but it looks like if you combine no and sometimes, that's kind of the majority of it. I hope Angie convinced you all to do more visual regression. And with that, I'd like to ask Angie back so we can have a little Q&A session and see what people want to know about. Hey, Angie.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to survive. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Hanging in there.
Cool. We've got quite a few questions. I'm gonna probably butcher the names of the people who asked the question. So Yuval wants to know, should I have visual regression on all my pages or just some critical ones? If so, which ones are critical?
That's a good question. So you should have visual testing on your stable type pages, right? So if you have an application that is, undergoing a lot of maintenance, for example, this specific page, you're constantly adding new components to it and it's not quite stable just yet, that might not be a good candidate for visual testing. Now, you could use the API in some creative ways and say, kind of ignore this active section of the page, or verify it as like dynamic content that's going to change or whatever. So you could do it, but my recommendation is to use it on your pages that are most stable.
Okay, that's really good. They have a follow-up question that says, how do I minimize false positive? Is there a way to flag changes and as intentional beforehand?
Oh, that's good. So I would say it's not a beforehand kind of thing, but it could be before it's like actually part of your CI or something like that, right? So I could run something locally. Let's say I change a feature, right? That changes the website. And so I know that the baseline is going to change. So I can run that locally. And then when it fails, I can just do a thumbs up. That's all it takes, a thumbs up or thumbs down to say intentional or not. And I can say, this is an intentional change, check that in. And then when it runs as part of the bigger suite, it'll be okay.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Manuel wants to know, how do you visually test a page that loads dynamic content, like a changing list of users, for example?
Right. So you can do this on the dashboard. So Applitools has a dashboard that allow you to annotate the image, so you can mix and match these different match levels, right? So I talked about the dynamic match level. I talked about the default one, which was just kind of strict mode. You can mix and match. You can say, for example, like that list, this part is dynamic. Everything else, I want you to verify regularly. Some people use this a lot for like dates, timestamps, those sorts of things that are constantly changing on the site. So you can annotate it, and you can do that on the dashboard, or you can do it programmatically by giving it like the CSS selector of that element. So I can say list of users, whatever that ID or whatever is, I can specify that programmatically. So I don't have to go back and annotate it on the dashboard. A great way that I use that is with mobile testing. So on the top of your mobile is the status bar, right? With your notifications and your time, everything up there is dynamic. So programmatically, I say always like ignore that specific status bar element. And so when I write new mobile tests, it already ignores that part.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting. That's quite interesting. Thank you. How does Applitools ensure that the test results are not flaky?
Yeah, so it uses machine learning, which is different than the pixel to pixel. So we have like a 99.5% accuracy. And because it's using machine learning, it gets better and better, over time as it learns more about the things that are kind of considered flaky or not.
Okay. So we've got a lot of questions around Applitools. And I'm going to continue with that because it's something new for me, at least. I haven't used it before and I want to know more. Considering the capabilities and benefits of visual testing, is there still a benefit to snapshot testing? Or would incorporating Applitools renders those obsolete?
Right. So if you're thinking snapshot testing, like I know a couple of ways to do that. One is like capturing the DOM or whatever, the entire state of the application, and then comparing that. So you have these textual type of changes, right? That, in my opinion, is a little bit more fragile than the picture one, right? Because I might change the underlying code without changing the visual aspects of the page, right? So it just leads to more maintenance to do the snapshot testing, but that's still a viable option.
Okay. That makes sense. I've got a question that I think is kind of related, so I'm going to jump to that. How about accessibility tests? Is there any possibility to automate them?
Yeah, so Applitools also has accessibility features, and this is great. Like, it's a great way to use visual testing outside of the box. So it has this contrast tester. So it's looking to make sure that all of your elements are adhering to like the AA or, AAA guidelines or whatever as far as accessibility. So that's something you can turn on or turn off.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. One more question. It's a quick one, and then we can let you go to your speaker's room. So, do you have an on-premise option for Applitools server?
Yes. So the on-premise option, of course, that one's more costly. There's a free plan for everyone, so everyone can use this for free. If you need like more features, more capabilities, you can upgrade. But then the on-premise option is more. But yes, it is available in our customers that are like banks, healthcare. They use the on-premise option.
Okay. Thank you. You've had so many questions, Angie. It's really, really hard for me to ask you all of those. So for the people which I've not asked their questions, I'm really sorry, but Angie has a speakers room on spatial.chat. The link to join is on your timeline, and you can join Angie in the room and ask her all the questions that I haven't asked. So thank you, Angie, for joining us today. It was really, really good to see your talk and get the chance to talk to you a little bit. Thank you so much.
Sure thing. Bye, Alex.
You. Don't forget you can always go on Slido and give us feedback about Angie's talk. How did you like the talk? Me personally, I think the talk was amazing, but hey, contradict me if you want on Slido. In the meantime, I'd like to remind everybody about the raffle on Twitter for the best photo of your setup. I'm not saying I'm winning. I'm saying I'm not allowed to win. So if you could dethrone me from the top post, that would be amazing. Or, like it some more. So go on Twitter and tweet with the TestJS Summit hashtag a picture of your setup. And if in the meantime you happen to like my tweet as well, that won't be a problem. Also, because we've had so many talks and maybe you're a little bit tired, how about we take a 10-minute break? And after the 10-minute break, we're going to have a panel discussion about the future of web testing. I'll see you all here in 10 minutes. Really excited to see what people say about the future of web testing.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to...
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
If I could share a best practice with the user community.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had a great 10-minute break. Checking Twitter, I've seen a bunch of you have tweeted about your setup. That's amazing, especially since you come from all over the world, like Malaysia and South Africa and everything in between. Before we get started, I'd like to thank one of our gold sponsors, Neuralegion. That a zero false positive application and API security scanner that enables developers and quality assurance engineers to run security tests on every build. Thank you, Neuralegion. And next up, we're gonna have a panel that's gonna be about the future of web testing. We've got a bunch of amazing panelists. Jason Palmer, who's a Jest core contributor, Kent C. Dodds, who's the creator of testingjavascript.com, Nancy Dew, who's the solution architect at Wrangle.io, and Oren Rubin, who's the CEO at Testim. Moderating the panel is going to be Yoni Goldberg, an independent testing consultant, the author of Node's largest best practices collection. Yoni, please join us.
Hey, I'm really happy to be here. I'm thrilled. I'm super excited to kick off this panel about the future of web testing. And I'm so excited because of two reasons. A lot of things, great things happening now in this field. Just to give you an example, I checked today in GitHub, and there are already 17,000 repos dealing only with testing in JavaScript. 4,000 of them were written in the last year. So many things and innovation happening now in testing. The second reason is because I probably have the ideal panel to discuss all of these trends, really some of the most influential, the people who are building this innovative tool here with me. So how about we start with a quick intro? Let's start with you, Nancy. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Really excited to be here. My name is Nancy, and I am a solutions architect working at a company called Rango.io. We're a tech consulting agency. So, worked with a lot of clients in the past, enterprise and startups, oftentimes with their testing strategy.
Cool. Great to have you, Nancy. Ken Sidod, I'm not sure we even need to introduce Ken, but we will. Ken, please tell us about yourself.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Super happy to be here. I love the conferences put off by GitNation. They do a great job. So yeah, I created testingjavascript.com, where I can teach you everything that I know about testing. It's awesome. So take a look at that. And actually there's a discount coupon just for TestJS Summit. So I'll share that in the Discord. And I also created Testing Library, which is kind of a funny name for a library, but it helps you test DOM-related stuff. So anything that has to do with the DOM, anywhere you can find the DOM. And actually, there's even there are other implementations for like React Native and stuff like that too. But it just gives you utilities that you need to test UI. That's the main idea behind that. So that's what I do.
Cool, and we're about to discuss, of course, testing library very soon. Oren, good morning, San Francisco.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Super excited to be here with everyone. My background is mostly building products for developers in the last 22 years. I'm guessing the standard is the Amplitude, is the visual validations. I was one of the founding members. Weeks, an early developer, and now the founder of, in the last 6 years, founder of Testing. We focus on AI helping test automation.
That's great, and we're also about to discuss, we're also going to discuss testing. Jason, hi.
Hey everyone, I'm happy to be here. I'm Jason Palmer. I work at Spotify for the last almost 10 years as an engineer and now a PM. I'm also a core contributor to Jest, and I created Jest JUnit. So if you're running Jest in a CI environment, there's a pretty good chance you're using that.
Amazing. Great, so we're about to discuss now a bunch of hot trends in testing. And each of the panelists is going to share his thoughts and experience about each of these hot trends. So how about we start with the CI world? And there is a new giant player, GitHub, now playing in the CI world in the past 2 years. And funnily enough, I just checked today, and each of the big vendors who operate there for years have approximately 100 extensions or actions, some call these orbs. GitHub in 2 years already have 7,000 GitHub actions. So it's growing crazily. And my question to you, let's start with you, Kent. Is this just another big giant eating the market, or are they doing things differently? Do they provide new capabilities, opportunities for us developers?
Years ago, I did a survey, not like a survey, but I took a survey of all of the CI services that I thought would be good for the company that I was working with at the time. And I tried a ton of them, and I ended up with Snap CI, which is no longer a thing, which is kind of sad. There's GoCD now as their thing, but and that's what I used for my company. But then for open source, I was all in on Travis CI, and it served me really, really well for years. But I don't want to get into this too much, but Travis kind of changed the way that they do things in a way that made it very difficult for open source. And so I've been totally moving everything over to GitHub Actions. I've been kind of thinking about it anyway. And my goodness, it's such a nice experience. So there's a reason that I think so many people are going over to GitHub for managing their GitHub actions. There can be some concern with the monopolistic approach, I guess. But I don't know, like I'm just trying to ship stuff, and GitHub Actions makes it really easy to do that. So I like it.
Yeah, can you share one example of any delightful experience, something that just helped you specifically to ship?
Yeah, well, you mentioned the 7,000 different Git custom actions that you can use. That like I didn't have to build any custom or custom action of any kind. It was just like putting together all these different ones to make things come together in a really nice way. It was just very, I wouldn't say that it was super straightforward. There are definitely some nuances and intricacies and things like that. But once you have it set up, it's actually pretty understandable what you have. And I think that, just the sheer amount of actions that you have at your disposal is super, super helpful.
Yeah, yeah. Nancy, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this matter.
Yeah, I think it's actually super cool. I really like the approach kind of GitHub went with. Instead of just focusing on being another CI tool and just focusing on their infrastructure, they really took like that open source approach, really encouraging and foster the community to contribute and focusing on that marketplace aspect rather than it being sort of an afterthought. And I think that's where it's really powerful. And that's probably why we've seen so much growth there so quickly. And really now sort of GitHub is not, limited by, how many developers they're putting on to really build out their CI or really understanding the user's need, because it comes organically, right? They're allowing the community to kind of dictate where this goes. And I think that's super exciting to see. I think it's hard to predict where it will go in the future, especially, a lot of the clients I worked with in the past, like switching over to a whole new infrastructure is just a huge undertaking and oftentimes not the top priority and just not worth the effort right off the bat.
Yeah, interesting. Both of you mentioned that the marketplace is the thing. Like up front, they build it for the marketplace, and this is the core and not some extension like it was in previous CI vendors. Yeah, sensible. And Oren and Jason, feel free to jump in whenever, and everyone. We are spontaneous here. And so
one thing I really like about GitHub Actions, I guess, is that it's kind of one of the CI providers that's taking the Docker-based approach, which is really nice. And it's kind of a new wave that I've seen, I guess, in the last few years. It definitely makes it easier for folks to be able to reproduce CI steps locally and kind of craft a decent, CI environment locally and make sure that it works. And then you kind of, it's a lot less, toil basically than you might have with other CI environments.
Yeah. So bottom line, I think anyone should evaluate the GitHub, at least evaluate as your next CI. And I'm moving to the next topic, which is testing library. Well, probably everyone here heard about React testing library. I learned recently that it has sisters, which is X testing library for Cypress, for Puppeteer, for almost any UI framework. And if you're not sure how popular it is, recently the State of JS big survey was published, and people chose testing library above Jest and Mocha as their most popular testing framework. Of course, it's not the same thing, but it was scored as the most trendy testing library of past year. And surprisingly, we have the creator here, Ken. Question for you. So I know Cypress. I can do things for this with Cypress. I know to build stuff, and I'm going to start now a new project. Why should I use, for example, Cypress testing library and not Cypress as is?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you should use Cypress for sure. So testing library is a collection of utilities that you use within testing frameworks. So it's not a replacement for Jest or Mocha or Cypress. it's more of a utility that you tack on to those things. And so like, but that said, with Cypress in particular, there are built-in commands that you can use instead of what you get from Cypress testing library. And so the reason that I can suggest adding in Cypress testing library instead of using like sci.get, for example, is because it gives you more confidence. And that's all that we're really after. I know that some testers really like to use testing to kind of enhance their design process and everything so they can build out their code. And that's great if that's what you want to do. You know, TDD is awesome, whatever. But for me, I'm mostly, and when we talk about running tests in CI, the types of tests that I want to run in CI are the types that can tell me, can I ship this or not? Everybody says don't ship on Fridays. I want to be able to ship on Fridays. I want to ship whenever. Whenever I commit code, it should get shipped. And for me to be able to do that, I need to have confidence. And this is what testing library offers, is a really nice way to not only query, in Cypress, it's pretty much just for querying, but elsewhere it gives you not only query ability, but also interactivity with that output DOM. And the reason I say you don't need that for Cypress is because Cypress has great interactivity functionality already. So it adds the ability to query your document really, really well. And not only does it make it easier to read and write those tests, but it also, you end up with more confidence because of the types of things that you're writing in your tests. And so, yeah, that's the reason. It just helps you increase the level of confidence. That's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm. So just to make it even clearer, so the main motivation for me as a developer is to use testing library across different UI framework is mostly to reuse my knowledge, that the syntax that I'm already familiar with, or it kind of pushes me towards best practices, things like, hey, test like the user, don't focus on the internals. What exactly?
Yeah, exactly that. So it's the fact that you can use testing library wherever you can find a DOM is a really awesome thing, but that's not why you use it. The reason that you use it is because it helps separate your tests from implementation details, which is why you get so much confidence out of it. And originally, when I wrote testing library, it was actually React testing library specific to React. And then I realized that there was just a very thin integration layer between React and the rest of the DOM. And so I extracted all of that. And then we made Angular testing library and Vue testing library and Cypress testing library. There's a Test Cafe testing, like anywhere you find a DOM, you can use testing library for it. And that actually is a huge benefit. So you can have your unit and integration tests that are maybe running in Jest or wherever, and they're all hitting the DOM. And then you can also have your end-to-end tests, and they look very similar from the way that you're querying and interacting with the DOM, which I think is a huge benefit too.
Sounds like a great opportunity. And can you recommend resources, places to learn more about testing library?
Yeah, testingjavascript.com is a pretty good place to learn it. And I did share in the Discord a short URL. Maybe I'll share it again because people are pretty active in the Discord. But yeah, for a 25% discount to testingjavascript.com. But of course, like that's not the only place to learn. Like you said, it's very, very popular. There are tons and tons of courses that you can pay for, and also videos that you can watch on YouTube. I've given many talks. I've got lots of free content on my blog. And then the docs are really good. So you can go to testing-library.com and learn more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally really like this approach of test from the user perspective, almost as production. And I think that this mindset also inspires many now of the testing strategy of the organization level testing strategy are being disrupted. So let's play a small role game. Let's say that you are the chief testing officer or the CTO, and I'm your developer. And I'm working traditionally. Well, I'm writing unit tests, a lot of unit tests. Then after 3 weeks, when I have the version working with 100% test coverage, then me and the QA person starts writing some integration tests and then some end-to-end testing, then manual testing my version and put in production. Now we have a meeting and we do our planning for 2021. What exactly, and Oren, let's start with you. What exactly should I change in this approach for the next year?
So when you start planning, I think first of all, you need to understand what you have and how do you want to. We all know the pyramid, right? And we all say this is the amount of tests that we have unit tested. Unit test is not enough. They can even and deciding on over there, everyone tries to reach the 100% test coverage. Code coverage is really hard. It's really hard to get to 100% code coverage, and sometimes it's not worth it. So you have those different layers, and you need to decide how to start. And sometimes, by the way, if you don't have anything, sometimes it's even nicer to go actually against the tradition and actually start from the top. End-to-end testing and the integration tests give you high coverage very, very fast. And they give you a lot of confidence, as you said, close to production to understand, or you can even test in production to understand what you got. The other thing that you need to make sure is that you don't neglect those other layers, and you need to make sure that you keep investing in them because they give you the feedback faster. So the end-to-end are super critical. They give you high confidence and high coverage in seconds, where they usually, the challenge over there is what Ken said, and I totally agree, is the trust. You need to trust your tests. If you have tests that are running and you don't trust them, I don't want them. I prefer 10 tests that give me 20% coverage and I trust it, then 100% that it's flaky. And I when the CI would go, I was like, oh, it fell again. I don't know why. And then what happens is people take tests out and they say, I don't trust it. Let's take it out because I want to release. Or they're starting this thing called rerun. You know what? Let's run it again, again, and again, and again. Let's rerun until everything passes. And that, of course, it covers a lot of bugs that you don't catch because of those flakiness. You might have a real bug. People think that bugs are only deterministic bugs, that you're saying, hey, I caught this and this will always reproduce. The most challenging bugs are the ones that don't reproduce all the time. When you have that once out of 10, it's going to happen. And you can't ignore that. I keep telling people, like, if you had someone, like something happened, a robbery, you can't say, oh, the robber is not going to go up in the same place again. You need to make sure, how do I find the person that did this? How do I find it? And that means how they had all the information, and that brings us to the root cause analysis, understanding you need to invest in the fact that you'll know when something does break, what happened. We started with the screenshot, then, the DOM, I want to see the DOM, the network request, the console logs. I want to have all the information I need so that when something does happen, I know I can pinpoint and say, okay, this is it. And of course, the more you go up the DOM, it's harder to pinpoint. And as you go more to the more even toward the unit test, you can say, oh, here's the function that the method that went wrong. This is the state. So here gives us up to here, we see we have a lot of coverage, slow response. That means it's hard to run it on every commit, and going down, making sure that we have the amount of tests in each part to know exactly as fast as possible what went wrong.
Yeah, that makes sense. The wider your tests are, then you need more to invest in setups that prevent flakiness, and it makes tons of sense. Jason, many of your work is related to flakiness, so I'm curious about your overall thoughts, but also specifically to this flakiness in integration tests.
Yeah, flakiness is a big problem, and but it's also kind of a fascinating field as well. Something I'm sort of weirdly interested in. I can sort of say at Spotify, we had kind of a large flakiness problem. That's kind of how I got introduced into working and testing to begin with. The library that I wrote, JSJUnit, the entire reason I wrote it was because I was working on the Spotify desktop client at the time, and we were trying to tackle test flakiness, trying to reduce it significantly. And so the first part in doing that is just basically knowing what tests have run, which one failed, how fast are they, et cetera, putting them in a database and sort of trending these things over time. This is kind of the fundamental starting point for just understanding what is flaky, and then how are you going to address this. So it's a fascinating field. There's probably tons I could talk about, way more than this conference. But I guess kind of getting to the original question, something I feel that's important to say is that far too many organizations that I've seen, even now, but particularly in the past, don't really recognize the fact that testing and sort of quality in general actually speeds up teams. So there's this concept in Agile called sustainable pace, which I don't know, I just don't see a lot of teams actually following this or really understanding this. A lot of teams are really moving very fast as quickly as they can. And this often means writing no tests or writing fewer tests. But if you can move just a tad bit slower and focus on quality and keep that quality high, this actually, pays dividends over years and years and years. So this is something that I think is important, not just to developers, but companies as a whole.
Mm-hmm. I think that one of the big trends that we actually see is actually that developers do own quality. You mentioned, hey, there's a QA person that's going to say, hey, what's quality? I think it's becoming more and more that developers own the quality, and they need to say, hey, I feel okay with releasing on a Friday. Because that means that you feel secure enough. You're saying, hey, I trust this test. It's not someone else's job to make sure everything works. That's my job. That's my responsibility.
Sure. Sometimes it's a good idea to release on Fridays.
Actually, I would like to add that I feel like quality is not, moving it to having developers be responsible for that is not enough. I feel like it's an organizational thing that everyone needs to be aligned on. And I think that's where your quality strategy really becomes impactful, is when it actually helps your whole organization understand what quality means. And that's what enables you to actually move forward and be able to have those confidence in those tests, which is why I think test coverage isn't always reliable to do that, because it's often just expressed as number of tests or a percentage, and it doesn't really at all speak to what they actually do, especially for those people who are non-technical or really removed from the day-to-day code. What does this test case actually mean in terms of, how does it safeguard my business? And it doesn't say any of that. So a lot of the things that I think is actually important to consider besides test coverage or what type of test you're writing is actually be able to identify, features and flows that are actually really high impact areas or high touch areas for your users, whether that's like a dashboard or a homepage or a checkout flow, and really concentrating your testing efforts there, focusing on a few high impact ETE tests. That's what's actually going to give you confidence, understanding your users. Are they on Chrome? Are they on, desktop versus mobile is going to help narrow down what browsers you're actually going to be testing on. Does it make sense to run all your automation tests through every single browser? So a lot of those things I think is more important to think about than just the number of tests. And then again, that part about communicating about your quality strategy and having everyone within the team and company understand that, I think it's often overlooked, but it's super critical.
Yeah, and there is a repeating concept here. Start from the user, focus on the user. Okay, we have 5 minutes left. So, I think that it's absolutely now a significant trend to move from pyramid to something that is more diamond or trophy or honeycomb. Start with integration test or end-to-end. By the way, some of the earlier TDD books actually also recommend this. Start with wider test and then do your unit and TDD stuff. But now as a developer, we all know praise integration test. When should I write now unit test? And also I keep hearing about the new thing, component test. Kenneth, I'll direct first the question to you. What exactly is component test and what is the new role of unit tests?
You know, it all comes down to confidence and how much confidence you can get out of things. And if you unit test, let's say that you get 100% unit test coverage, you can still have so many integration problems. And so you get a lot of problems there. So let's say, all right, never mind, we won't do 100%. Let's do like a mix here. And then as you start doing more and more integration tests, you realize that you don't need as many unit tests because you're already covering that code from your integration. And so when you keep on down this path where you end up finding most of your unit tests are in those maybe like pure functions that are doing complicated logic, and those typically they run really fast and they're pretty straightforward to write and maintain, and that's where I find myself doing most of my unit tests. I actually don't find myself doing a whole lot of module mocking in those types of tests either. So I'm pretty much doing component or integration tests. You know, the component is like React component or Angular component, whatever. Integration would be like on the node level, you're integrating a bunch of your modules and stuff. And so, yeah, I find myself doing mostly that sort of testing. And then I fill in the gaps for like these hardcore computational or like these algorithmic things that are difficult to cover with the broad brush of a integration test.
Yeah, so there's still a room for unit test, and this should be stated clearly. A question to backstage. We're almost out of time, but we have a lot of fascinating topics still uncovered. So if we can get 5 minutes more, please let me know. I'm moving to the next topic, which is it's a promise for years that it's going to affect the testing world. And maybe this is the year where it's happening. I'm referring to AI-based testing. Oren, you are the chief, the guru, the test team IO is a lot about AI. Question, I mean, can you explain really in a layman terms, what does it mean to me, really in simple words, features, how can it augment or help testing?
We're trying, I think what everyone is trying to get to the same thing, to trust your test. So you can look at it at all of like authoring the test to have as much as coverage as possible. And I think Nancy said it in an amazing way. Wait a second, how do you define that? How do you see that? I hope that one day we'll get to talk about not just code coverage, but also user coverage, not just the shift left, shift right. What do we know about production? What do people interact with, what we not? So first of all, AI can help with the authoring. Can we look in production and generate automatically 1,000 end-to-end tests in 2 days, just by looking at what's going on in production? Can we filter out of that? What are the tests that we do want to keep as an end-to-end test? And of course, generating those integration component or even unit tests. Can we remove the flakiness? Right now, things like that are basic in every platform was one CSS selector. There's one way to find an element and click on it. A machine can look at thousands of them. So can we do that automatically and reduce the flakiness if we understand that a machine can find an element better than us?
Yeah, like identify selectors from previous records that lead more to flakiness and
exactly, and improve that over time.
Yeah, makes tons of sense. I would love to discuss it for at least 10 minutes more, but we are just almost out of time, and I want to cover the last very important topic. Story, Jason and Nancy, only 1 minute to cover this. There is a big bloom of tools that related to network interception, network mocking, a lot of new capabilities. You specifically, Nancy, wrote one of these tools. Can you first explain to us why it first record the network?
So I wish I had more time to talk about this because I think it's super exciting, but I think the biggest thing that the network mocking really solves is, it takes the most difficult part out of being able to write integration tests. And I wish I can go into elaborate like what I mean by integration tests, because I think it's like one of those testing that's super misunderstood and no one really aligns on what it does. But, I think it really solves like that flaky issue that Jason is talking about. You can really focus on things that you can actually visually see, things that's as close to possible as what the users can interact with. And I feel like network mocking really allows you to be able to kind of do that without making it super slow and flaky and cause all those issues. The plugin specifically that I worked on, it actually tags on what is out of the box already from Cypress. A lot of you who do use Cypress knows it comes with a lot of mocking capabilities, and it kind of just tags on top of that to really solve for, I think, the biggest issue with all of this, which is how do we actually manage our mocks, right? Mocking is obviously number one issue, but number two, once you're able to mock, how do you manage hundreds of files of mock data that needs to change often? And I feel like that's where the plugin Cypress Auto Record that I wrote really helps to address that. But again, I love to continue this discussion. I know we're out of time. Yeah, happy to talk with anyone on Discord.
Yeah, I took a look at it and it looked amazing. Like verifies that your integration in practice are XU things they are. We got one last minute grace, Jason. I'll really be glad to hear your take on network interception monitoring.
Yeah, sure. Just really quickly, I mean, I think it's an important part of testing. You have end-to-end tests, and the most typical reason why they're flaky or why they're slow is going to be network requests. So if you can kind of take those out of the equation, especially if you have something like VCR where you can automatically generate stable mocks, you turn these end-to-end tests into something that is far less flaky and far more performant. And basically is testing the same thing using hopefully the same system. So there's a lot of benefits to it. I would encourage you to look at it, especially Nancy's plugin there is a pretty great example.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason. And unfortunately, we're out of time. So really many thanks to all of you for this great insight. Should I try to summarize it in one sentence? It's production user, leave the internals to the end, start from the chaos of production, the network, from the user, from the UX. This is where most of the tooling now innovate, and this is where testing should start from. And then if you have something complex inside, then, well, we have the traditional unit and other tools. Many thanks for all of you for being with me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Yoni.
Thank you. Thank you. Turns out the future of web testing is bright. In the meantime, I'd like to remind you all about spatial.chat. Right now, there's a discussion room around performance testing happening. So if you want to jump on spatial.chat and discuss about performance testing, that's gonna happen right now. Most of us experience performance horror stories, either as developers or users. In the discussion room, we'd like you to share web performance horror stories. We'll break them up to understand how to approach performance monitoring and testing to turn it from a horror story into a success story. I'd also like to thank one of our sponsors. StackHawk is a gold sponsor and helps developers find hidden vulnerability in JavaScript web applications and their APIs. Using that platform, you can run application security tests with every pull request. Thank you, StackHawk. Oh wow, this is hard. StackHawk. Thank you so much. I like to welcome our next speaker as well. Michael is a full stack web developer passionate about testing from Kiev, Ukraine. Michael works on the open source product TestJS with a goal to bring a better testing experience to developers. Making testing as easy and as joyful as it could be is his motto. Michael is going to talk about playing it right with TestJS, and it's going to give you an introduction to supercharged end-to-end testing. Michael, take it away. Of course, I'd forget about the question. I'm still shook about emceeing for Angie. Angie was amazing. Michael has a question for you all, which is, what browser testing engine are you using? So if you go on slido.com, you input the code 6617. You've got this down by now. Answer the question of what browser testing engine are you using. There's a bunch of options: WebDriver, Playwright, Puppeteer, Cypress.io. Test Cafe and Nightmare.js. Please go on Slido and answer that question during Michael's talk. So I think that's it. Michael, take it away.
Hello. I hope you enjoyed the conference and I hope you learned a lot today. Lots of new tools, new approaches, you met wonderful people, and I'd like to jump on this train and introduce you to a new very cool tool called TestJS. So I would call it supercharged end-to-end testing. Well, because I can and because I really do enjoy testing with TestJS. So my name is Michael, and I will introduce you into this tool and show you the problem it actually solves. So I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine. I'm actually a web developer, but I also work as a test automation engineer to practice to see how people, what problems people do have when going with automated testing. And that's how I take this experience to make it an open source testing frameworks like, surprise, surprise, TestJS. So yes, I am lead developer of TestJS as well, but also I like do testing with TestJS. Well, I think it's fair enough to say this. I started my journey into open source testing frameworks with my previous project, Conception, which is very popular in PHP community. And TestJS takes this experience and brings this to a new level and gets into JavaScript ecosystem. Nowadays, I'm working for my own company, and we are building a test management system for automated tests, Testomato. Testomato is focused on JavaScript tests, so if you have a total mess with your tests, Testomato can organize it for you. That's the idea. So I would start my talk with the question about, do you remember that old good days when everything was pretty predictable, where everything was stable? And I'm not talking about the things like that you could travel to all the places you want, you could talk to people you want to. I'm talking about just engineering stuff that previously we had only one tool. It was called Selenium, and we used it to test everything that is related to browser. If you need Selenium, you would probably choose Java. If you need, maybe you will need Python or Ruby, but you will choose Selenium. It's a certain decision. There was absolutely no alternatives on these days. But today we live in the era of uncertainty. The JavaScript spawned and it created a wonderful ecosystem of different tools. And today, choosing a right tool for the job is a tricky question because we have Cypress, we have WebDriver, Playwright, Cucumber, Jest, Mocha, and wow, how much of things you need to learn today to choose the right tool for the job. We definitely live in the era of uncertainty. And much more stress brings the questions I'm trying to list when I'm asking a client for a new test automation project. Because we can start writing tests, but then client came out and say, hey, I learned about the BDD yesterday. It's so awesome. I want to write this test myself in Gherkin language. Can our tool write tests in Gherkin? Good question, especially if we already have our tests not in Gherkin, but in JavaScript. Can we easily introduce BDD level on top of it? Oh, the client came. I need Internet Explorer. You will hate me for this, but we need Internet Explorer because I have lots of enterprise clients. Can your tool easily switch to Enterprise Explorer on the fly when all the tests, especially with BDD and all the stuff, were already written? That's a good question. Hey, client comes again. I need Safari support. Well, Safari is fair enough. Safari is modern browser. Everyone uses it. And if our tool can do Safari or not, this is also can be tricky for some kind of tools. But we need to be prepared for all those changes all this time. Can we adjust our tests to be executed on all those different environments? And especially for mobile browsers, because world goes mobile, and tested in mobile is also a hard requirement that client may not be fully aware of at the beginning of the journey, but will be asking when you have some of tests, and they will ask you, could you write this, execute this test on mobile and this test? So mobile browser can be a new requirement as well. And again, it's era of uncertainty. We don't know what a new tool will come up this year, because every year some good test automation tool emerges. The previous year we received Playwright from Microsoft. Previously we got Puppeteer, there was Test Cafe, Cypress. So lots of new tools are coming out here and there, and maybe 2021 year brings us something new. Will we be able to switch to it? If it's so new, so cool, it's Cypress killer, Playwright killer, absolutely anything killer, maybe we should try it as well and without rewriting tests. Is it ever possible? So this question we can address to Concept.js. Concept.js is BDD style testing framework. BDD style means that we write our tests in human-like language, and we try to avoid some complex JavaScript interaction and keeping the code as readable as possible. And it's solely focused on browser testing, that it makes it different from Mocha or Jest. But it has API for all browser engines. So unlike Cypress, Concept.js doesn't run tests on its own. It delegates the running to Playwright, to WebDriver, to Protractor, to Puppeteer, to Test Cafe. So Concept.js can easily be switch execution from between all those engines. And yes, it comes with Cucumber BDD support in case your client really needs it. So here is the test in Concept.js. As you can see, you can read it. Yeah, it's very straightforward. You don't need to look into documentation. You don't need to think of what is happening on the screen. You can already understand everything that is happening here. So Concept.js supports clicking by button names, by button text, by CSS, XPath, everything. So you can make your test as readable as possible when writing tests with Concept.js. So Concept.js is pretty easy to install. It's just one command. And by default, it comes with Playwright, because I think Playwright is really awesome nowadays. And I would choose Playwright for my next test because it's multi-browser, multi-platform, and I would recommend it to everyone. But Concept.js can be installed without Playwright. It's just an opinionated decision which you can easily switch. So Concept.js comes with a demo project, but let's start with a new empty project. You will need to initialize your new tests and select browser engine, select browser, answer this boring question, and create a first test. So when we did this, we get into the first test created. The test should contain only these two steps: open a page and launch the pause. Now I'd like you to introduce another cool feature of Concept.js is pause. Pause replaces all your tests that needs to go after the opening page. So pause is awesome. Let me show you. So I'm executing this test. It's running in my browser. It opens Airbnb website with a Playwright. And after the page is opened, the execution is paused. So now I can open my DevTools and think of what should I do next. You see this my terminal. You see this pause message here. So when I'm not sure what should I test, what should I start with, I'm just starting with the pause. the page is opened, the tab tools are opened, I can navigate through the page and pick different elements, pick different commands, try them, and this is how it goes. For instance, let me show you how we deal with calendars here. I have my DevTools opened on the bottom and terminal on the right. I write my commands into the terminal and I check if I can find elements by the locators I just picked up. For instance, I found that I can select date with test ID locator and I try it. Yeah, it worked and this the date was selected. Then I press key enter and I see that browser acts correspondingly. So I continue to do my actions by writing commands, selecting elements, and this is I am writing my tests in the real time. So when we finish picking up commands and we finished our tests, we go back to the editor and our commands were saved into CLI history file. What I do, I copy my commands from this file. Only successful commands were saved. I remove the pause and voila, here is my test. It's included all the commands I had. So I was executing this browser once and I didn't do any blind guesses, blind searches. I executed the test and the test is here. By the way, I could write my commands and I have very nice auto-completion support. So everyone can start TestJS because the commands are very easy to catch up. For instance, this is the test we finished with, but as you see, it's very easy to read. So junior engineers can read it and they don't really care of how it is executed. They don't need to learn APIs of different frameworks, only these commands which are very well documented and auto-completed. How hard is to switch browser engine? Basically like this, we go to config and we change from Playwright to WebDriver and we can expect that the test will be executed similarly. Not the same way because you see the WebDriver will work a bit differently than Playwright. Maybe at some points you will see crashes, but the idea is that the commands are the same. So all the difference can be easily fixed with maybe add some weighting, change some locator. So for most of the tests, the transition will work smoothly. For 95% of test code, you will require no change. So this solves the problem I mentioned. So if you need to transform your tests to Playwright, you can easily transform them. If you need WebDriver, you can just change config. Maybe you will need to change to TestCafe for Internet Explorer support. This also works. And yeah, this is really powerful. TestJS also comes with built-in UI, a graphical interactive test runner that can show step-by-step report of all executed tests. So you can use it as a reporting tool. You can see how the execution goes. And it has also some features that Terminal has, but some more advanced as well. For instance, you can keep one browser without relaunching a test and switch easily between headless and window mode. Also in TestJS, we have a built-in reporting support. So one of the best supported tool here is Concept UI for sure, because Concept UI is add-on to TestJS. But the screenshot on the right is not from Concept UI. Maybe you already guessed what it is. It's Allure reporting. So TestJS has built-in support for Allure reports. In case you need better reports to show to your clients or just to see what was happened on CI in production, so you could track the changes on your tests. We also do support the more enterprisey technologies like Report Portal. We have official TestJS agent in report portal organization, so you can have report portal reports with Concept.js. And Testometeo, the tool I'm working on, is also tries to bring better reporting to your end-to-end tests. So reports are pretty important in nowadays testing because, well, not everything can be shown from console, and for sure your managers, your clients won't look to console to see what tests are passed, what tests not, for what reasons. They want a clean, nice graphical UI to understand this. This is why Concept.js provides so many options for reports, because depending on your budget, depending on your conditions, you can choose whatever tool you want. By the way, all those 3 tools are absolutely open source. You can start working with them and with Concept.js today. So let me sum up some important features of Concept.js. Not mentioned features of Concept.js, because you already heard of switching between engines, interactive polls, easy to learn syntax. What else do we have? And yes, I was already showing this a bit. Maybe you have already seen it. So we support parallel execution by workers. So very modern, very elegant API. You can write your own custom runner, so you could parallelize your tests however you want. For instance, run tests in 2 groups, in 2 browsers from Firefox, or make 4 groups at Safari. So you can split tests however you want into groups, bring as many browsers you need, and have parallel executions, and have single report after this. That's really cool. Also built in and a simply working solution for failed steps, so automatic retries for steps. So if some element is not found on page on first try, you won't even notice it. Concept.js will retry this and wait for it to appear without even notifying you. So it works for any command, click, see, so whatever it is. So it just works, just don't touch it and you are fine. Concept.js takes the traditional concept of page objects, and it's built into the framework, so you can easily refactor your code to make it easy to be used in other tests. So page objects, step object, data objects are all built in. And as I mentioned previously, we have Cucumber BDD support built on top of Concept.js. So this is really awesome because you can combine true BDD with specifications in JavaScript like Concept.js tests. This is important because not all tests should be written in the truly BDD manner, because not all tests are features. So because there are some, you need to have regression tests for bugs. So my point is that you should combine BDD approach with classical approach, and only Concept.js testing framework allows you to do this. So another cool feature I really like is if you have API and you could communicate with your application via that API. For instance, you could create fixtures through this API, delete fixtures, and it is much easier to do it through the REST API web interface, through the REST API interface instead of web interface. So you can easily combine them together. And that's my final points. Concept.js is a testing framework, and what differs it from other, it focuses on end-to-end testing without executing your end-to-end test by itself. So it tries to take the best user experience into itself to make testing as easy as possible. So Concept.js is absolutely free, open source. You can contribute on it. There are already big and small companies using Concept.js and enjoying it. So join our team, join our community, try Concept.js on your own to check it, and it works really great with Playwright. Thanks for watching. My name is Michael, and see you soon.
Thank you, Michael. That was a really interesting talk, and it looks like CodeCept is an awesome tool. I'd like to work with it more. Let's see what browser testing engines are people using on Slido. If we get the results, that'd be amazing. Shocker, everybody's on Cypress.io with just a few people using WebDriver, and it looks like Nightmare is the most unpopular testing engine out there. Honestly, before now, I didn't even hear about Nightmare.js, so that makes sense. It's interesting to see Cypress is so popular. Cypress is so popular. Michael, what do you think about the results? If you could join me on stage.
Yeah, I thought that Cypress will take even greater numbers here. I'm pretty impressed that someone is using Nightmare.js. What I wanted to show with this poll that there are different engines, and for different purposes you can choose and the tool that fits right for you. So I think the Cypress is very popular because it's very developer friendly, and it took on board lots of developers who didn't like testing, who didn't want to do this, and browser testing seemed to them complicated because it was always a product of Selenium to deal with. The part with WebDriver is more for QA engineers who work on end-to-end testing. They need more true browser control. So I think it's like two audiences here. And yeah, they're quite different, but we need to engage all of them to collaborate and make better tests.
That makes a lot of sense. We've also started getting questions for your talk. So I've got a few questions for you, if that's okay. I'm going to start with them, and I'm not going to mention the names of the people who have asked the questions because I'm going to butcher the names, so there's no point. But one of the first questions was, does CodeCept.js work in the multi-browser mode? For example, a pair of browsers are interacting with each other.
Sure. We had this feature implemented like a year ago. No, 2 years ago. So yeah, it's quite some time. So it was working, it was beta tested, and yes, you can use it. 2 different browsers if you want it.
Okay. That's really good. Somebody made a comment about CodeCept having different trade-offs like Cypress does. Cypress, for example, says it doesn't have multi-tab support, and you can't use it to drive 2 browsers at the same time. How's CodeCept faring compared to those?
CodeCept doesn't solve these problems. It delegates it to the engines that already solve this problem. So this is why I prefer tools like Playwright or Puppeteer, which have full browser control, and this is why I dislike Cypress for most of my testing work. But yeah, this is like a user preference, and whatever is better fits to your job. So if you need to test single page application with a single components, Cypress is really fine. But if you need full browser control and more features, CodeCept.js is better because it can you can choose the engine while you write your tests. So the code base is growing, but you're still able to choose the better engine if you need it.
That makes a lot of sense, and I like that, especially since people were really skewing towards one of the engines out there. How does CodeCept deal with things that take a while to appear in the page? For example, a single page app.
Sorry, how does it, what?
How does CodeCept deal with things that take a while to appear? So they're slow to load on the page because it's a big page, like a single page application where everything kind of has to load before you can interact with it.
Yeah, so the problem with single-page application, we don't know is it loaded or not. So it never says us anything about it. So there is no state of this application. So we have like different strategies on this. The default strategy is auto-retrying each step. So each step in the test will be automatically retried on failure. We have explicit waits, so you can wait for anything you want there. You can add manual retries. And if you have very, very bad applications that not very flaky, you can retry the full scenario. This is also works. I think that's all strategies, but maybe there are a few more of them. But this is that I use regularly, and that works.
People want to know more about the restrictions of using TestJS. Are there any restrictions like file uploading or working with iframe? What are some of the limitations of the framework?
This quite incorrect questions because I really feel it's like Cypress auditory, and you can't do it because TestJS is not driving a browser. It's delegated to Playwright, and Playwright, as you know, has now these restrictions. So the only restriction you need to understand that TestJS can't do everything that Playwright can. So you need to write some Playwright code or Puppeteer code or WebDriver code if you need some very special APIs to be used. But yeah, you can do everything that you can do with Playwright, Puppeteer, WebDriver, etc. with TestJS.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Someone wants to know if you can generate a TestJS test by recording interactions in a browser.
I'm very skeptical about this idea. So I tried to use it, then I switched to this interactive pause mode, and I found this much more effective because I'm not just recording my actions, I'm testing it in the real time, which I can't do with recorder. So this is much more flexible and effective as for me as a tester.
That's really good. There's a lot of questions coming in for Michael. We won't get to all of them. We'll take one more. So when CodeSep does the auto retry feature, is that recording only on success on the first try, or for example on the third try? The person asking the question has a concern about retries that can mask intermittent bugs. So how does the auto retry record happen?
I think it's quite a technical question. I'm not sure I will fit in time to answer it, but I would like to talk about it after my talk in the room.
Oh, perfect. In that case, that's a perfect plug for me to remind everybody that they can join you in your speakers room on spatial.chat. The link to join is on the live stream timeline. And please join Michael for more questions. We won't get time to go into any more. Thank you, Michael, for a talk and for joining me for the Q&A. It was really good.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. And thanks for watching, everyone.
I'd like to remind everybody that they can go on Slido right now and give us feedback about Michael's talk. How did they like it? Slido.com, code 6617. Please go there and give us feedback about Michael's talk. I'd also like to thank one of our silver sponsors, TestIm. Thank you for sponsoring the conference. I think this is where I'll say goodbye and I let Metin entertain you some more.
That should be me. Hey, have you missed me? I've missed you all. So thanks for staying and waiting for me to return. But I know you're not here for me. You're all here for our next speaker, who is Tomasz Lakomi. Tomasz is working at Steady in Poland, and according to his biography, he's making the cheesiest jokes known to mankind. Now, I like me some cheese, and I would like to have a battle with you, Tomasz, about that. He's going to be talking about how to ship your code with more confidence and how you can sleep better at night. And in the talk description, he's saying, if we gain confidence in the way we build our software, we can sleep better at night, knowing that it won't explode in the middle of the night. well, at least thanks to coronavirus, you don't have to go to the office like 2 a.m. in the morning to fix something. You can just go to your home office or your kitchen and wherever you're working. So that's a lot better. I'm really curious to see what Thomas's tips are for us to ship code quality with more confidence. But before we go to his talk, of course, we want to ask you a question that Thomas has sent us for you. If you could write a single test, which one would you write? So it's about a type of test. The options to answer are unit test, integration test, end-to-end test, or visual regression test. So go to Slido again, use the code 6617 if you're not in there yet, and answer his question. And then we are now going to go to Thomas, but be sure to remember you can ask questions on Discord and send some nice clap emojis in the community channel to applaud for Thomas. Thomas, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Tomasz Okome, and today I would like to talk a bit about the way we can ship high-quality JavaScript apps with confidence. But before we move along, I would like to start by telling you a quick story. And this is a story that actually happened. You can see the link over here. I will be also sharing the slides later. And this is a story of how a single company with nearly $400 million in assets went bankrupt completely in 45 minutes because of a single failed deployment. So the story goes like this. A global financial services firm was preparing for a major upgrade of one of their systems. So they wanted to replace an old system that hadn't been used in 8 years by essentially reusing a variable. And don't ask me why they had that code in their code base for 8 years and why they decided to reuse a variable, because this is another story entirely. But the story goes like this, that they had 8 servers, and so they only copied the new code to 7 of them. So one server still had the very old code, which caused all sorts of problems. And the problems were so severe that they ended up basically trading 8 million shares every single minute with no kill switch, no documented procedures how to react, and it was an absolute mayhem. And in short, they've managed to lose $460 million in 45 minutes because of a single failed deployment. And the reason why I'm telling you this story is not to, make you scared of, shipping software to production, is to convince you and to highlight the fact that quality matters. And it's not only that we care about the quality of our software because we want to be good engineers. Quality of your software can also make or break your business. And the question naturally becomes like, how do we ship quality software? Is there any meaningful way, any single item that we can add to our backlog in order to increase the quality of our software? And not really. Lately, I've been inspired by this paper titled No Silver Bullet, the Essence and Accident in Software Engineering. And this title is from the 1980s. In fact, it's older than I am. But it's completely true even in 2021, because in the abstract to this paper, we read that there is no single development in either technology or management technique which by itself promises even one order of magnitude improvement within a decade in productivity and other factors. And the same goes for testing. There's not a single way, there's not a single technique or tool or whatever we can add to our toolkit in order to improve the quality of our software significantly. It has to be a combination, a collection of different tools. That is why when I think of testing, I like to think about this idea of a testing spectrum. So all of the different tools and practices and the ways we try to optimize the quality of our software lies on the spectrum. So there are tools and practices that are very close to developer and kind of far away from the user. And there are things that are very close to the experience that we are shipping to our users. And a good testing practice is basically a combination of all of those, which, by the way, is roughly similar to the way we are handling the current global pandemic. There's not a single solution to the problem, but instead by applying multiple solutions, we are able to somehow mitigate the spread of this problem. And again, going back to testing spectrum, we're going to start with the developer. So the first tool, which might be a bit surprising, that I would like to mention is Prettier. And Prettier is not typically thought of as a tool for testing. But here's the thing: if I have written a code that has some syntax error, Prettier won't do anything. Therefore, Prettier helps us minimize editor-browser editor cycles, because whenever I hit save and my code doesn't move, I am not going to even open up my browser. Therefore, I'm able to iterate quickly. I have to open up my browser less often, and I'm able to write a better software because I'm able to iterate more quickly and more efficiently create my code. When it comes to other tools that help us write better code, I have to talk a bit about TypeScript. I've been using TypeScript for a while now, and I strongly recommend using TypeScript for medium and large and huge projects. And the reason why TypeScript is useful when it comes to quality and testing is that static types eliminate a certain class of bugs. Most notably, they eliminate bugs like this. Undefined is not a function. That is not a thing that you are very likely to see in production when you are using TypeScript. Of course, you will have other bugs, but undefined is not a function is probably not going to be one of them. And a major critique of TypeScript, and for the record, I completely get that, is when you are trying to transition from JavaScript world to TypeScript, seeing code like this with all of those type annotations is a bit scary, to say the least. Like, there is definitely a steep learning curve when it comes to TypeScript, and I definitely get that. But again, TypeScript is great because it helps us also minimize those editor-browser editor cycles. Because if I am refactoring a large React component written in TypeScript, as long as TypeScript keeps complaining, I am not going to even open up my browser. I'm going to keep iterating on this code for as long it takes in order to make TypeScript happy, basically. So I am able to iterate quickly, and when I finally open up my browser in order to play with the UI I've created, I know that a certain class of bugs have been effectively eliminated. So I'm able to write better software and quicker. When it comes to TypeScript, I strongly recommend using it only in strict mode. In fact, strict mode is recommended by the TypeScript team, but it's disabled by default, which kind of makes sense because the vast majority of projects are actually migrating from TypeScript to from JavaScript to TypeScript, but still I strongly recommend turning it on. One thing that I would like to emphasize that type safety doesn't mean that your code is bug-free. What it means that your code doesn't have any type issues, and that's it. And that's it's not only it, but nevertheless, you have to think about that you will also have some other bugs, because types are not going to guard you about when it comes to misunderstanding of your business requirements and so on. Because again, they only eliminate a certain class of bugs, and definitely not all of them. There is no silver bullet. But when it comes to TypeScript, it's somewhat easy in a way, like easy-ish for greenfield projects, but it's very difficult for legacy projects. If you have a large JavaScript project that you are trying to migrate to TypeScript, it's not easy, it's not trivial, absolutely not. And if you'd like to learn more about TypeScript and especially migrating from JavaScript to TypeScript, I strongly recommend checking out this book because some of its final chapters actually talk about migrating from JavaScript. I read it last year and I think it's great. Let me move on. We are just getting started on our journey through the testing spectrum. I cannot talk about testing JavaScript application without talking about testing library. It's absolutely awesome, and I'm a huge fan of it. And this quote that has been said by Kenzie Dodds is basically all that you have to remember when it comes to testing and choosing your testing tool. The more your tests resemble the way your software is used, the more confidence they can give you. Keep your test close to the experience of your users. Every single time you're trying to think about a new testing solution, think whether it helps us emphasize with the experience that we are shipping to our users. There are two things that React Testing Library does amazingly well. First of all, testing implementation details is hard. I've been using it for quite some time now, and I honestly don't remember how to get the internal state of a React component with React testing library. No idea, because I never need to do that. And secondly, the API is designed in a way that it helps us build more accessible apps. So to show you an example, the queries that are exposed by testing libraries are basically, you can get elements by role, by text, by alt text. So you are only able to interact with things that users are actually seeing on the page. So there's no testing implementation details. When it comes to React testing library or testing library in general, I strongly recommend playing with testingplayground.com because it is an excellent way to understand what kind of queries should you write. To give an example, imagine that you have this very small email form, a label and an input. I would like to test that. So what I'm going to do is a bit of a naive implementation. I'm going to add a test ID, and I'm going to get this element by test ID. If we enter that into the testing background, we're going to see that, okay, so far so good. It is going to work, like don't get me wrong. But you could upgrade it to get by role in order to write a better queries, in order to write a better query for this component. Okay, fair enough. So I'm going to get this element by role, by accessible role of a text box. Okay, so far so good. This is awesome. But, and here's the key insight of this, that you could make the query a bit more specific by adding the name option. And this would require to add some markup though, because your element is not named properly. So here testing playground is inviting us to write more accessible code, because if I add a bit of additional markup in order to make this form a bit more accessible, I am able to get this element, this input, by an accessible role of text box and a name of email address. And right now, I have effectively built an accessible form element, very small, mind you, but still it is accessible. And I'm able to also test that. So I've managed to succeed with two goals with, with a single function, with a single test implementation. Because here's the thing, everyone should be able to use your web app. Web is for everyone, and your app should also be for everyone. You shouldn't be limiting your user base by the fact that you forgot to care about accessibility. And this talk is not entirely about accessibility, and I definitely don't claim to be an expert when it comes to accessibility, but I strongly recommend checking out this course on egghead.io, Develop Accessible Web Apps with React by Erin Doyle. And the best part, the course is actually free, so there's definitely no excuses for you not to check it out. I strongly recommend that. Speaking of users, the thing is that users don't care about your code. They don't care if you're using React, Angular, jQuery, or whatever. They care about the results it provides. They care about the UI, the ease of experience, and so on. And that is where Cypress comes into play. Cypress is straight up my favorite tool for end-to-end testing. I've been using Cypress for like 3 years now, and I think it's absolutely amazing. I'm a huge fan of its UI, of its API, and just watching those tests, play themselves in the browser, it's just fun to me. I enjoy, watching the results of my tests. And when it comes to Cypress, I have two things that I would like to recommend. First of all, using Cypress testing library. Because if you are using like React testing library in order to test your React components, if you are using also Cypress testing library, you get two benefits. First of all, you will be writing better queries because again, you will be strongly encouraged to get elements by the accessible roles and so on. And if you cannot get an element by an accessible role, well, it's time to add one. And secondly, if you are going to shift from writing integration or unit tests to end-to-end tests, there will be much less cognitive shift because you will not have to think, okay, I'm writing a unit test, so the API looks like this. Now I'm writing an end-to-end test, so there's a completely different API. All those things play very nicely together. Secondly, Cypress has recently added a support for Intercept API, and it's quickly becoming one of my favorites because Intercept allows you to have a full control over the behavior of your HTTP requests. And it's supporting both REST and GraphQL because, well, GraphQL is just REST under the hood. It's not REST, it's HTTP under the hood when you think about it. Everything is just HTTP requests. And there are a couple of things that Intercept API allows us to do. First of all, for instance, if you have a post request, we can assert that the body of this request is going to include some string. Secondly, if I am sending a post request, I can also modify this request before it gets sent to the server. So I have a complete control over the network, over stuff that is going to be sent over HTTP. Secondly, if I am going to send a request to the API, I can also assert what is going to be included in the response of that request. So I can test that as well. And intercept allows you to, intercept can be easily combined with all of the other features and practices that Cypress provides. So for instance, in this example, I'm able to create a custom command that allows me to stop feature flags in my project. So whenever I'm going to call my feature flag service, I will be able to get whatever feature flags I'm going to pass into this function. And this is a highly flexible API, and you can do all kinds of things with Intercept API. I do strongly recommend check it out. We are getting close to the user now. It's quite close because Cypress is clicking on buttons, writing text in input fields, and so on. But users are not going to use our Cypress app, Cypress test. They are going to use what we are going to release. So we have to talk about practices for post-release cycle, because our app has to be fast. Every 100 millisecond delay in website load time can hurt conversion rates by 7%. This is absolutely significant for your team, startup, business, and so on. And secondly, half of your user base will leave a page if it takes more than 3 seconds to load. But here's the problem though. It's fast on my machine, right? I am personally using a MacBook Pro. Everything is fast on my machine. This is definitely not the experience of vast majority of your users. And there are a couple of tools that help us when it comes to monitoring the perceived performance of our users. So there's tools like Sentry or New Relic or Datadog. And all of them, when it comes to JavaScript development, they do fairly similar things. So for instance, Datadog allows you to create dashboards in order to monitor front-end performance. So you can create dashboards that monitor time to first byte, time to first contentful paint, initial loading time, and so on. You can measure all those sorts of metrics and understand what exactly is going on and what is the experience you are serving to your customers. And secondly, tools like Datadog, Sentry, and New Relic, they also allow you to monitor the JavaScript errors in production, because even though you are using the best test TypeScript typings, well, you are going to have probably some runtime issues in production. Like stuff like this always happen, like in Safari 9 or whatever. And with tools like this, you will be able to understand what exactly is going on, being able to dig in and investigate how do I fix that. The somehow ultimate form of this testing spectrum is not trying to emphasize with the user, is to become the user. And in my opinion, the best way to do that is to use your own product. And that is called dogfooding in the community, in the tech industry. I don't like the term, but I'm going to roll with it because it's somehow well known in the industry. So the idea is that it is a practice of an organization to use its own product. And this is a way for an organization to test its products in a real world usage. And for me, this is hugely useful and hugely important, because imagine that you are working on a food delivery platform. If you don't feel like using your own site that you've built in order to order pizza, because it's slow, it's clunky, like there's a huge form that you have to fill in every single time, why would you expect your users to use that? If you are using your own software, you can emphasize with the experience that you are serving to your users. If something is annoying to you, it may be annoying to others. So why not be empowered, take some initiative, and just fix that in order to write better, in order to ship better quality software. When it comes to measuring the experience that we are serving to our users, we have to address the topic of testing in production. And by testing in production, I don't mean like YOLO-driven development, put whatever we want in production, but we have to test in production in some regards. Because as Corey Quinn says on Twitter, I call my staging environment theory on account of how many things work in theory, but not in production. And I want you to close your eyes and think about your staging environment. it probably is quite different from production. You have a different database. Your database is way smaller because you have like 5 test users. You could have an API in order to create a user or add, I don't know, $200 to their account. That is probably not something that you have in production. And staging is always different than production. And that is why I strongly recommend using stuff like Launch Darkly. So Launch Darkly is a feature flag management tool that does a couple of things and it does them really well. First of all, you can define different feature flags in production, in pre-production staging, and so on. It's quite easy to use. And secondly, if you enable or disable the feature flag, this change is going to be propagated in a matter of, I don't know, seconds. It's very fast, it's very efficient. So for instance, you get to enable your shiny new feature in production on your test account. You can play around with it, see on production if everything is fine, if it's working against your production API. Next up, you can enable it for only 0.01% of your user base and then monitor quickly what the heck is going on, whether I'm seeing any errors. Next, you can enable it for 50% of your user base. And by the way, this is an excellent way of also doing A/B testing because you could enable a feature flag for only half of your user base and then ship it to everyone. If you would like to learn more about testing production, I strongly recommend this talk by Talia Nassi. It's available on YouTube and it goes into much detail into how and why should you test in production. I would like to close this talk by expressing this idea that, in my opinion, high quality in software stems from fast feedback loops. Because if you imagine a loop of develop, shift, feedback, repeat, if you are able to minimize the time it takes to complete this entire loop, you are able to iterate much more quickly. You are able to ship much better software that is more responsive to ever-changing user requirements, to ever-changing market, and so on. But thing that I would like to emphasize here, this is about minimizing this entire loop, not only the developer part. It's not about shipping whatever to production, because then you're going to fail the feedback part, because you will have production issues, you will have production incidents, and you will not be able to move on to this big new thing, big new feature, because you will be stuck fixing the stuff that you were supposed to ship a week ago. In short, developing high quality software is always faster than fixing production issues at 2 a.m. And I know that there were quite a lot of things in this talk, but I would like to leave you with one last final thought. This comes from a philosophy of software design by John Osterhout, who said that overall, the best way to reduce bugs is to make software simpler. That is something to think about. If you find your code difficult to test, consider shipping less of it. Thank you so much for listening.
Amazing, Thomas. Thank you. I feel like I can sleep a lot better at night already, and hope everyone watching this event is also able to sleep more comfy at night. Before I invite Thomas to come join me for Q&A, we are going to see the results of his question. So the question was, if you could write a single test, which one would you write? And the results are in. Most of you, 71%, are saying they would want to write end-to-end tests. Well, I can agree. Maybe I also answered that. Then the runner-up is integration tests. After that, unit tests. And the last but not least, of course, still really important, visual regression tests. All right. With that, Thomas, what do you feel about the results? Please join me on stage. Hey, good to see you.
Hey, everyone.
So, good. Do you agree, if you had to only had the option to write one type of test, would it also be end-to-end?
Absolutely. Because the idea is that if I had to add only one test, I would like to make the test resemble the experience that we are shipping to our users as closely as possible. And our users tend to use our UI, click on buttons, write text in inputs, and the more we can test that, the better. With that being said, if I were to get hired at a company and I would only get a single test per project, I would probably quit on the spot, but this is another topic, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, it's a hypothetical question, but it kind of feeds our knowledge of what people think and find the most important type of test to write. So that's good to know. By the way, I had to say I love the term dog fooding or eating your own dog food. I really agree with that. And I used to work for a supermarket and like the home delivery part of that. And I was already a customer of that supermarket. And so I was really happy to be working on that and like kind of killing my own pain points, right?
Exactly.
I worked there for a year and never got to kill any of my pain points because I'm not the project manager, but being your own user is really important. So that's a good point. And that beats, in my opinion, any testing tool you can use. We're now going to go to the questions from our audience. And the first question is from Maarten. And Maarten wants to know, what's a good resource to learn about the roles and their accessibility?
So there's plenty. So first of all, as I mentioned in the talk, there's this amazing course on eka.io on building accessible React applications. And like even if you are not using React, I strongly recommend giving this course, just checking it out, because it talks about like so many practices which are completely independent of the framework. Secondly, I strongly recommend following and reading everything written by my friend Lindsay Kopacz, who has also written a book about accessibility, and it's absolutely amazing. Like I've learned quite a lot from reading everything written by her, and I strongly recommend that. And secondly, I think that accessibility is a very broad topic, and it's very I would say it's ridiculous to be able to have an entire understanding of all of the different aspects of accessibility, because there's just so much of it. So what I would probably do and strongly recommend is to go for the low hanging fruits first, as in try to use your website with a keyboard. And then if you are not able to, find out what you can add to your app in order to improve that. Because like reading the entire documentation is not probably going to be the most useful use of your time. But if you were to improve your own pain points, again, going back to dog fooding, then you will be able to improve the accessibility of your app.
Yeah, really important point to also mention in a testing conference, if you ask me, that accessibility should always be top of mind, of course.
Exactly.
Next question is from Yanni Kolev. What options do you find the most important in Prettier?
Enabling semicolons. As in, because like Prettier has some of the options, but for me, the biggest value of Prettier is not to think about the options. Like the fact that I get to add Prettier to a project, and I no longer have a discussion when it comes to how do we format this type of function, or how we, I don't know, whether we add comma at the end of this JSON object or not. Like all of those discussions are completely gone. So not only from the testing perspective, as I mentioned in the talk, it's a much faster feedback loop, but also from the experience of a developer who wants to ship stuff to production, not having those endless discussions in code reviews, like this is going to speed everything up. In my humble opinion, maybe this is a hot take, I don't know. I see no reason not to use Prettier.
Yeah, and you shouldn't configure anything. Just use the defaults and everything
and add semicolons.
Will fly. Yeah.
This is actually I'm willing to die on. Yeah.
Next question is from, I hope I pronounced this right, Shuganda. Will you suggest to use Cypress over Protractor for Angular-based applications?
I am a huge fan of Cypress, and I've been using Cypress for the last couple of years. And I have to admit that as soon as I found Cypress, I was not really paying attention to much of the other tools. So my personal take would be to just use Cypress, but this is just a general idea. Use whatever is solving your problems, and not whatever is the most popular or solving somebody else's problems. Your problems are your own to solve. With that being said, I love Cypress. Like Cypress is awesome.
You're not getting paid to say this, right?
Nope. I mean, they are more than welcome to, I suppose.
Well, we'll ask Glad tomorrow. We have time for one question, quick answer. From
All right.
Ciderman, Criderman. Where do you spend most types writing tests in the pyramid / trophy / beehive?
Integration tests. The vast majority of it, as it should. Honestly.
Okay. Cool. Well, there are more questions from the audience, but if the people that are asking questions want to ask them to you, they can do it in your speaker room because we have no more time to ask questions. So I want to really thank you for being with us here today. I know you had a lot on your plate. You can go out right in Poland, everywhere. It's amazing. But yeah, thanks for joining.
No problem.
And hope to see you again soon.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers, everyone. I'm going to the speaker room. Bye.
And now I would like to ask you to once again go to Slido and give us some feedback. So how did you like the talk with Thomas? Rate him with a 5 or a 4. Less is not allowed. So 5 or a 4. And before we go to our little break, I want to give a shout out to our partner, testingjavascript.com. It's made by Kenzie Dodds, who we've just seen in the panel discussion. And it's the place to learn how you can increase the quality and stability of your application. You can use a coupon to get a 25% discount on a pro license. It's shared on our conference Twitter. So follow our page. It's at TestJS Summit. So once again, for the 25% discount for testingjavascript.com, go to our Twitter at TestJS Summit. The the Test Ops discussion room is coming up, and you can join it by clicking the link in the timetable below the player on the website, and it will go to spatial chat, and there you can talk about test ops. So be sure to join that. I see a lot of nice pictures coming up on Twitter, but if you haven't done any Twitter photos, selfies yet of your setup, grab your phone, take that selfie, and show us how you're sitting, and maybe you'll be the lucky winner of one of the 2 Git Nation multipasses we're giving away today. Fear not, if you don't win today, there's another 2 that are being given away tomorrow if you want to join one of our other amazing events. So use the hashtag TestJS Summit and send a photo of your setup. And now it's time for a 5-minute break. So yeah, I'm not going to say in what time because it's different for everyone. So see you back in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. And don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope this was enough time for you to get some refreshments or a snack, because we are ready to get back to business. And our next order of business is our panel discussion about application security testing. And for moderating that, we have a secret extra MC. So I will leave you in the more than capable hands of Vandana.
Thank you so much, Matt. So hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at the panel discussion on application security testing. And as you mentioned, that application security testing is one of the very important topics. And stay tuned. And we have some really, really amazing guests with us as the panelists. And I'm going to request all the panelists to introduce themselves one by one. Before that, let me introduce myself. My day's job is with one of the multinational companies. Apart from that, in my free time, I spend on pro bono work, where I am one of the global board of directors for OWASP, as well as I run some diversity initiatives with InfoSec Girls, InfoSec Kids, and some other initiatives. Now, I'll head on to our panelists, where I'll ask them to share a few words about themselves so that audience can get to know about them. I will start off with Scott. Scott, over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Verdana. I'm Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder at Stackhawk, which is a developer-focused dynamic application security tool. I'm going to keep mine a little short because I know we're kind of tight on time and I want to get to this really great content.
Thank you. Sam, over to you.
Hi, I'm Sam, and I'm an independent application security consultant by day. And in my spare time, Vandana, just like you, I do pro bono work and do volunteering for OWASP. I'm OWASP London chapter leader, and I also lead a couple of OWASP projects as well. That's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Liren.
Hey, everyone. My name is Liran. I'm a developer advocate at Sneak, where we help developers build open source in a secure way. That's it.
Over to you, Bar.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bar. I'm a security researcher, hacker, developer, and software architect. I'm the CTO and co-founder of New Religion. We're doing zero false positive application security testing for developers. Great to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are glad to have you here. We have you all here with us. Now I will straight head to the panel discussion and start, we will start the discussion around application security testing. So I have been hearing that DevOps with security or what we call it as DevSecOps everyone has their own way of defining it or have their own definition. So I would want to know from all of you, each one of you, that what it means to you, what DevSecOps means to you. So here, this time, I will start off with Bar. So we'll go in a reverse order.
All right. So first of all, I think it's an interesting topic to discuss. DevOps in general is about connecting two communities together. It's about connecting the people of the ops and the people of the development. Those used to be kind of rivals before, and I think it's very important and a very good idea to try and create some kind of a bridge between those two sections. DevSecOps, more specifically, is about introducing security into the conversation. It's about trying to see how those security concepts, tools, and other techniques can help enable and not interrupt developers and ops personnel with what they do.
Yeah, that's great. Liren, over to you.
Yeah, I think DevOps or DevOps has been there for us to. The way I see it is it's laying the infrastructure to allow us to kind of scale what ops means, and that's how I see it really helping. And coming into life with DevSecOps. And for me, it means it's not just about automation, right? It's about putting the infrastructure, putting everything, the automation that is needed for developers to then automate security inside it. So it's not about using a specific tool, one or the other, or in a specific stage. It's about building that pipeline, that infrastructure, that everything that then goes together and flows in a very seamless way. That's the way I see DevSecOps.
Yeah, totally true. Over to you, Sam.
Yeah, for me, I think DevSecOps, first of all, is a philosophy. It's a culture. It's a culture of introducing security as code to everything, making sure that people treat security as their responsibility, as their job. So it's not just about tools. It's not just about automation. It's about state of mind, security first. That's what DevSecOps should be, really. It's an overarching state of mind for all of us.
Yeah, true. Over to you, Scott.
Yeah, I'm about to get myself in trouble here. I feel like I need a how it started and how it's going meme for this. Because I think what everybody said is like the vision of DevSecOps, right? It's security is part of the develop and operate applications cycle. And we have to keep putting security into there so that people keep talking about it. But I think the way that it started was dev and ops teams were leaving security behind, and security teams were like, hey, we want to play in this awesome little circle tool. We'll just jam our thing right in the middle. We're in the middle. And then they kind of get left behind because they're not operating in that same cycle that dev and operations or DevOps teams are. I think we're getting to a point where security teams are starting to see, I need to be more agile, more flexible, more cyclic like the DevOps team is. So I think we're, again, how it started, how it's going kind of meme.
Yeah, absolutely. You have different perspective, but I think we all are talking the same language, wherein we need to start shifting left. We need to understand when we are talking about DevOps, we're not leaving security behind, and it's everyone's responsibility, not mine, not developers, but all of ours responsibility. Even when we talk about culture has to go upside down, and it has to inculcate from the developers till the leadership as well. So it's both ways. If leadership doesn't give you an approval to build the DevOps pipeline or DevSecOps pipeline, you cannot do anything. Similarly, if we don't have the right kind of culture and we don't have the teams speaking with each other, we will never be able to build the kind of mindset or a kind of habitat that we want for DevOps or DevSecOps. Now, when we are talking about DevSecOps, and we're talking about that security testing is becoming an integral part of DevOps pipeline. So in your perspective, how much automation is important and how much relevant it is? Because everyone says that we have culture, we have tooling, we have whatnot around DevOps, and now we're talking about culture as well. So how much automation has a role to play in that? And here, I think we can start off with Liren.
Yeah, sure. So when we talk about automation and like the security importance of that in the pipeline, we need to understand, I think, that when we say DevOps pipeline, this is basically a synonym word with being able to deliver something, right? That's basically, if you're unable to deliver something, if the pipeline is stuck, you are basically now, not delivering, not putting out there something that you need for customers. By the way, that could be a fix, a security fix, or a fix for regression. So that's a very important aspect. And automating security into that means that you're now basically giving the organization, the business, a company, a way to basically be able to ship something fast in a secure manner. So that's kind of obvious, but what I think is we're missing here is that a lot of the times when DevOps, that pipeline is something that is, for many times, I think, also from experience from being a developer before, this has been a lot of magic that happens behind the scenes, right? Like people just merge something. There's a pull request to merge. Majestically, it goes into production, right? It's there. It went through so many automations and regression tests and visual testing and security testing and performance testing, so many things. So having security automated into that is basically giving you more guardrails and ability to deliver fast in a secure manner. And you have to do it throughout the app lifecycle, right? You have to do something when you think about applications today. This is more of like a cloud native application security world, because it's not just your dependencies, it's your container, and then it's your Kubernetes YAML, a lot of things that basically are present when you actually click that merge button and something magically goes into production. And then that security automation being basically all the way, that is what I think is going to be life-changing in terms of how you push security into the DevOps lifecycle.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Now, I want to take Bar's perspective as well on this side, because he's working around tooling, he's working around product security. So I want to take Bar's perspective on like how automation is helping his teams and the work that he's doing around product security.
So I think the most obvious is that automation is key, right? We can't expect anything to work in this DevOps, DevSecOps paradigm without having automation. I think that's something that a lot of companies miss, is that developers, even though we really want, like our dream is that each developer will be this kind of superhero for security, knows everything about security, can run his tooling, can do manual testing, can verify everything. And that's not how it's going to work. And I think that even in the best way, we shouldn't even expect that. Developers are here to create amazing things. They're here to build. And I think that using automation and giving developers the right tools through this automation, not to make them security expert, but to allow them to see those security concepts, those bugs, because security in the end, security is just bugs. So giving them what they will know, which is bugs, but in the security kind of way, that's where we really aim. And that's where security and GitHub and all of those amazing new integrations are happening. And it's really, I think that's the main points.
Yeah, true. And I just realized that there's something that I want to ask all the panelists. But before that, I would ask Scott or Sam if they want to add something to it based on their experience with DevSecOps.
Yeah, I think one important thing about automation is, first of all, it needs to be there, right? Because obviously, if you don't automate security tools into your pipelines, you don't really get that nirvana of DevSecOps. I think what's important, and I think what's already been mentioned, is that developers need to actually play with security tools that they integrate in Pablo. They need to understand them, because this is where automation is important. Because previously, when we had manual process, developers would write a piece of code and they would throw it over the fence to security team. Security team will do their scanning and they will produce a result with lots of vulnerabilities, like long list, or your code is buggy, lots of security flaws, and they will throw it back over the fence to developers. And developers say, well, what are we going to do with this, right? And I think this is the important bit, is just to make sure that the developers and security teams, they're actually collaborating together on the automation, and they're building that automation together.
True. Scott.
Yeah, everybody said amazing stuff. I just want to build on a little bit. Automation is obviously super key, but a thing that Lyrian said was really important, and that's don't make black boxy stuff happen in CI/CD. If your developer can't, outside of CI/CD, understand or run the process or has control over what's happening with security tooling or QA tooling or whatever that might be, and they can't reproduce what's about to happen in CI/CD, that's when you start introducing that, how can I work my way around this thing? Because it keeps blocking me and I don't understand what it's doing. So making sure that those kinds of things are available outside of CI/CD and accessible and all that good stuff is, I think, just as important as automation.
That Apache Struts library is it's a small vulnerability I can probably deploy without it.
Yeah, I do remember that. And actually, you've mentioned the right way, that developers are trying to find ways to escape security, because they are the superheroes of development, and we are trying to make them superheroes of security. But what instead we could do is we can make them security champions, and then we can take help from them. Now, Scott, a question for you around the same thing. Like, developers are working rigorously in making sure that the applications which are developed as the way that they have envisioned or the clients have envisioned. So when it comes to security testing, it's sometimes, we all know that it becomes an overhead or something which is overburdened for the developers. And we all have been developers, so we can understand that pressure. So are there any developer-focused tooling which is available, or there's something that security team can help developers further, which can be useful, which can make the CI/CD pipeline faster or easier for the developers, so that they don't feel that there's something that that is putting pressure on them, but they feel that, yes, it's part of my daily job, and it's totally cool to do it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a lot of logos on this panel here and there and here, and that are great insights into where you could get started. There's obviously some open source tools out there that do similar stuff to all the products that we're representing here, but having that commercial focus into the user and making sure that the things are working the way that they're supposed to are really good. But the most important part is just starting, right? It's picking some stuff, whether that's SCA or static code analysis or DAST or whatever those things are, picking one and iterating on there if you're starting out. If your AppSec team is struggling with getting results to fix, because the value is in fixing security bugs, not finding security bugs, and you're trying to rework, start small. That's always my advice to people that are struggling as an AppSec team, is just start with a tool in a project and iterate out from there. Make sure things are working the right way, and continue driving for developer adoption.
So, Liren, do you want to add something to it?
Yeah, I'd like to take a stab at this. It's kind of like a passionate in my heart. So I agree with both of that. I think both Scott and Bar had actually referred to this, and in a way that developer efficiency or effectiveness to also move fast and move in a smart way is super important. I don't think anyone is expecting developers to be the next amazing security expert on the company. If they do, I mean, that's amazing, but it's not an ask we can't do that. But instead, what we can do is help them fix the problems. So I'll take two practical examples of what this means, so we can actually like relate to an example rather than an abstract discussion here. And that is, if, for example, you scan a container, right, and it has 500 vulnerabilities, at that point, what do you do with that information, right? Traditionally, security would say, we'll fix it, right? But hey, that, I don't know, node image tag has 500 different base tags that you could use, right? Aliases. Should I use Slim or Buster or different Linux versions or different Node.js versions? Which one should I actually move to? So I think a developer first kind of security tooling is one that helps you make that decision, tells you which probably alternate base images you could try to do that. Similarly, if we talk about AppSec, not moving a bit downstream from the cloud native here about containers to maybe, for example, Java developers. One of the things that I see frustration with developers when they need to scan the dependencies and they have this issue of, well, maybe I don't use that dependency. Maybe that vulnerable function in the dependency is not callable, right? In code, maybe my code doesn't call it. Yeah, it's bundled, but it's not getting called. So I think that if we have a tool that helps you and says, there's a reachable vulnerability from your code to that vulnerable dependency, that helps you make a decision. So now you have 100 dependencies that are vulnerable in your POM file, but you know which now to prioritize to fix first. So that's the way that I see us, basically helping developers fix the problems.
Right. Yeah. Now I want to ask Sam. We have all been talking about that developers have issues with that. Now developers are facing issues. Developers should be champions. We've been talking about DevSecOps, but there is one point that still I'm scratching my head, and I want to know that what are the pain points of integrating security testing? And we all know that we have to integrate, but I know there are some pain points that we all go through, and it's not just for developers or for testers, it's for security team as well, for leadership as well. So Sam, I would like to start off with you that what do you think that which are the pain points in integrating security testing early in the pipeline?
Yeah, I think mainly there are probably two categories of pain points. One is technical pain point. And I think because we're in a TestJS Summit, worth mentioning that in particular with JavaScript, there are some issues with some of the tools. For example, a simple technical thing that they, for example, would require JavaScript to be not minified, for example, or packed in order to be able to scan it efficiently, right? Define vulnerabilities. So this is kind of a technical pain point, and trying to resolve this also the multitude of frameworks that developers use. And obviously today we heard about lots of testing frameworks and development frameworks, and basically fitting your security tooling to make sure that it supports it. It's quite a challenge. And obviously the second pain point is the cultural pain point, because suddenly introducing all the security testing tools into pipeline, it's, well, I wouldn't call it shocking, but it is culturally quite a difficult thing. And obviously there's one question which always pops up, and I don't know, it's like the eternal question, to be or not to be. And the question here is to break the build or not to break the build. So do you guys break the build? And if your security tools start breaking the builds, what are developers going to think about it? So this is one of the interesting pain points. So for example, with build breaking, one of the things that I always find useful is actually not to break the build, but make sure that security findings are given to developers as comments on the pull request, for example. This makes sure that the cultural shock when you get security introduced into a pipeline for the first time is kind of a bit smoother.
Yeah, I agree, totally agree on that point. Like sometimes you mentioned that it's not a shock, but trust me, it's a shock. Now, Scott, can you please add your experience with this? I know you've been working a lot around this area, so I would like to hear from you on this.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to keep it tight because I know we're close on time. We always talk about three things that are kind of barriers to entry in security tooling with developers. And one of them is the production bias. So a lot of tools that are security tools have this, like, you have to run it in production, which means you have to push your vulnerabilities to production to find them, which is weird. But then it's also, the older version of DevSecOps is it's the wrong people working on the wrong things at the wrong time. So it's application security people who largely probably can't fix these issues. They don't know how the app works, so they struggle with things like authentication and they're doing it in production again. But then the kind of cultural shift of, here's the people that can fix this thing and they can check it while they're writing it and they can ensure that they're making active decisions. I know Liren made a joke about the Apache struts vulnerability, but if they knew about that and they said, I'm going to do this anyway and documented it, wouldn't that be super awesome to know as a security person that you actually did that versus I have no idea where we have Apache struts.
I agree with you on that. And I remember spending days on just finding that where exactly is the bug, how to fix it, how soon I can do it, and whom should I reach out to. So yes, absolutely. Now, before we wrap up, because we have very minimal time left, it's a question from each one of you, and I know that each one of you is contributing to some or the other open source project or is using some of the open source projects. So any open source project that you want to recommend to our audience where they can go back and check, which can help them in building a secure pipeline. So here I'll start off with Liren, then we'll go to Bar, Sam, and Scott.
Well, yeah, so I am involved with the OWASP Node Goat project. It's basically a vulnerable application that helps you train and you'll learn about vulnerabilities in your code and in your dependencies with the Node.js ecosystem. So if you want to try it out, it's a really cool one. You can workshop. It has tutorials, videos, explanation. I would say that's a really cool way to do security championship within your company. I also maintain some other security projects, both on OWASP and my own project. So if you want to get into open source or one of these, I'd be happy to work with you and mentor you into these open source projects. So on to Bar.
Thank you. So I think just maybe raising one point is that when integrating new things into your pipeline, even open source tools, it's really important to understand that you might get a bit overwhelmed with notifications, alerts, and all of this noise. So just pick and choose what you want to work with, because most of those tools are really noisy. But one tool that I think is pretty nice to start with is the OWASP header tester, which does header security very, very nicely. And it can give you some kind of a very nice baseline for header security, which is something that usually is like looked as a nice extra or something nice to have, but that could be the difference between an XSS or a similar very strong application security issue and not having that.
Over to you, Sam.
Yes, and thanks for mentioning an OWASP project. What I'm going to say, there are lots of fantastic OWASP open source projects which can help developers in securing their work and securing their pipelines. And of course, OWASP Zap being our dust scanner, which can scan your applications for vulnerabilities. And it's available as a GitHub action, which you can drag and drop and use straight away. For example, there's dependency tracker, dependency checker, which can scan your code for dependencies. So quite a few tools available also in terms of the standards like ASVS. Another very important thing, if you really want to, if you're interested in looking at how to shift security left, is you need to start from your epics and stories. And one project that not many people are talking about that we have at OWASP is user security stories. So this is what you can incorporate into your design, into your requirements from the very, very early stage. You can have all your security stories as a user and as an attacker. What what can attacker do with your application? So it's quite important to look at this. Another some great tools which are not specifically pipeline is threat modeling tools like OWASP Threat Dragon can help you build and diagram your threats early in your in the life cycle. And another quite interesting project, and it is a really fun tool, completely unrelated to pipeline, but it's important for DevSecOps and for your culture, is something like OWASP Cornucopia board game. So you can play board games with your developers and you can learn about threats.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Sam. Scott, we're just going to go to the wrap. Before that, please go ahead and share your tools.
Yeah, totally. Sam pitched all the really good open source ones that I was going to mention, including Zap. We super love Zap. And in fact, like a half an hour ago, we announced call for presentations for the first ever Zap user conference. So check that out in the Zap Twitter handle and lots of other stuff. If you have ideas on how to use Zap in a CI/CD or DevSecOps method, submit a presentation. We'd love to share that with everybody.
Thank you so much, Scott. This was really helpful. And thanks every one of you for joining us today. And a huge, huge shout out to our panelists for sharing their views. Hope to see you all soon. And do follow all our panelists to get more updates around application security. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vandana, for hosting this nice panel discussion. Thank you, panelists. Before we go on to the next bit, which is some amazing lightning talks, I would like to remind you that we have some job offers available from our sponsors. So go to testjssummit.com/jobs. Even if you're not looking for a job actively, it's nice to know what's out there. So just give it a little moment of your time. And after that, while you're at the website, also go to /perks to see what perks we have available. We have some virtual goodie bags basically from all of our sponsors available for you. And now we're going to go to a panel discussion. Lightning talks. There's 4 of them. This is 4, this is 5. 4 lightning talks. It's really hard to count. It's getting late here, sorry. There's 4 lightning talks coming up. And during the lightning talks, you can still ask questions in the Discord channel. And after, we'll have a combined Q&A session with all the lightning talk speakers. First up, we have Jiren from Stackhawk. After that, Carly from Galileo, Radislav from Product Hunt, and Jonathan from Vonage. Yeah, all right, and let's get going.
Hey there, TestJS. My name is Ryan Severance. I'm one of the founders of Stackhawk. We're an application security tool built to make it simple for developers to find, triage, and fix application security bugs. We built this company because we know that software is being shipped to production faster than ever before, and application security tooling needs to be able to keep up with the pace of modern software development. So let me tell you a little bit about Stackhawk. Stackhawk is a dynamic application and API security testing tool. So we run active security tests against your running application. You may be familiar with tools that look for open source vulnerabilities in the open source libraries that you're using. We're huge fans of those tools. That's a little different than what we do. We look at the application. So we do find any exploitable open source vulnerabilities. And we also find anything that you or your team may have added into the application that is creating a vulnerability. We are built on top of the open source Zap project. And ultimately, we are built for automation in CI/CD. So we're big believers in running a security test in the pipeline, find and fix vulnerabilities before they hit production. And we make that really simple. So here's how it works. You start with scanning your application. We have a YAML-based configuration file and a Docker-based scanner. allows you to run the scans anywhere. You can run it locally, run it in CI/CD, you can point it at your production environment and run the scan. And it crawls the app, we pull in open API spec, GraphQL, introspection endpoint. Ultimately, we're built for scanning modern applications and hit both the application and the underlying APIs. And then ultimately, we're very focused on performant AppSec testing. So if you've used any of these tools in the past, some of the legacy tools, the scan times are measured in hours, not minutes. And so we are big believers in being very performant. Then once you've run a scan, take a look at any findings and triage and fix those findings. So when you take a look at a finding, it shows the path that it was found on. You see the request that was sent in to the application, what the response was, giving evidence of the finding. We have a button to create a curl command to go recreate that same request. So it makes it really simple to step through the code, figure out where you might be mishandling something, and just drastically shortens the time to fix things. A lot of application security findings are not that difficult to fix. It's just a matter of knowing where they are, being given the tools to go fix them. We have fixed documentation linked in the application as well. So we make it really easy if there is a finding to fix it, get back to building the features that you're working on. We also have a triage feature so that you can mark a finding as risk accepted, taking a look at it, it's just not something that's worth fixing. Or maybe you've sent it to Jira, it's prioritized with your other engineering work. The scanner will still find it, but it's not going to break the build, not going to be noisy. It allows you to manage how you want to deal with the security findings that do pop up. And ultimately, we're big believers in making it simple to integrate with the rest of your engineering stack. So we have lots of integrations and makes that simple. So that's StackHawk in a quick nutshell. Would love for you to come check us out. You can sign up for a free account at stackhawk.com. You can check out our docs to learn a little bit more. That's docs.stackhawk.com. And feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carly, and today I'm going to talk to you about getting testing out of your tech debt. Okay, first, just a quick introduction. I'm a software engineer. I work at Galileo, which is a small health tech startup in New York City. Previously, I've worked at Haven and ZocDoc, which are also health tech companies. Do a lot of JavaScript, TypeScript, React. I love automation, which is why I'm here at this testing conference today. Really excited. And in my spare time, I like to get outdoors. Okay, so let's start off with talking about sort of the state of tech debt, what I've witnessed on teams, how people are thinking about tech debt so far. I often see a roadmap, something like this, that product managers and engineering managers will work really hard to put together, figure out exactly what the very top priorities are for this team. And then there's usually some like 15-ish% capacity that's dedicated to tech debt. And that's what I'm going to focus on today, that 15% capacity. Let's talk about what falls into there. I oftentimes see like scaling will fall into this 15% capacity, testing might fall into there, upgrades and maintenance will be categorized as tech debt, bugs will be categorized as tech debt. And it sort of starts to feel like it's the junk drawer of software engineering, where anything that isn't like explicitly put on the team's roadmap is kind of dropped into this tech debt 15% capacity drawer, and the team tries to get it done within those constraints. The reality is, though, I just don't think you're going to fit all of that stuff into just 15% of your team's capacity. There's actually, a lot of work to do here. I've been on teams who have tried. I mean, I've tried before to fit all that in. And the result I see is that it really slows down your team. Your team starts to suffer because the tech debt is just growing and is never really being fully addressed. So it's of course bad for your business when your team can't ship features quickly. It also has these second order effects, I think, of like developer happiness starts to suffer because people don't usually want to work on teams that are saddled with a ton of tech debt. So you can have problems with morale and retention. You can either even like have problems with maybe hiring because people often don't want to join teams with a ton of tech debt. Okay, so it's obviously not great to be in that place where you're just mounting with a ton of tech debt, but how do you get out of there? I think a solution is to apply some more structure and rigor around how your team decides what qualifies as tech debt. And what I've seen work well is this one philosophy that I've come up with, or that I've learned from others, which is that tech debt is issues that primarily impact the developer rather than the user. So that means things that are going to make the developer more productive, make the developer more efficient, rather than are directly sort of to improve the user experience. And the kind of like less obvious follow-on to that is that I think feature preservation is in the scope of building features and should not be categorized as tech debt. And when I say feature preservation, I'm talking about things like automated testing and monitoring, things that make this whole system aware that a feature exists and prevents, a feature from disappearing or breaking without the developer team knowing about it. The reason I categorize this as not tech debt is because if these features are to break, the real impact falls on the user. Like it really is the user that suffers if a feature breaks. And so I think it's very much in the user's incentive to have feature preservation built in from the start. So let me just double click on this philosophy. When you get a ticket or a project from a product manager, you usually have some very explicit scope built in, which is to make that new thing work. And then there's kind of some implicit scope hidden underneath, which is to not break the old things. And if you were to break the old things, the person that's going to suffer, again, is the user rather than the developer. And so for that reason, I think it's really important to have product manager buy-in that things like automated testing and monitoring need to be in scope of the feature because the users will suffer if you don't have that. Okay, cool. So now we have that philosophy. Let's try and pressure test it against some more real life situations. And as we're going through these, I want to, again, focus on like who is benefiting from solving this problem. First one, let's say you have a ticket to fix a bug, like fix this broken tooltip. This one I'd categorize as for the user, and so it's not tech debt. It's probably not the developer who's suffering from this broken tooltip. It's probably the user, and so it should be prioritized against all the other user concerns. How about a code cleanup ticket where we are going to refactor some huge authentication file into multiple modules? This one I'd say is a great example of tech debt. This is for the developer. This is probably in order to help developers move faster, understand things more quickly. And so this is a great use of that 15% capacity. Testing, like writing tests for a new modal. I'd say this is feature preservation. And so it's not tech debt. And it really needs to be baked into the estimation of the original creation of the feature. And scaling, like making a user service work for 10,000 people. Again, this is actually for the user. And so I'd say it's not tech debt. Like despite the fact that this feels like a very technical project, doing this work isn't going to make the developer more productive or more efficient. It's really to serve your users better. And so I'd say this isn't tech debt. This again should be prioritized against other user concerns. Okay, so I recognize that I've sort of portrayed this scenario as very black and white, but it's not going to be, right? There's going to be lots of things that are maybe good for the user and good for developer productivity. And so it'll take judgment and nuance to apply this philosophy for sure. But as you're thinking about it, I think just concentrate on the two ends of this spectrum, like tech debt being primarily for developer productivity, not tech debt being anything that's really for users' benefit. And hopefully with this structure, you can start to climb your way out of the tech debt hole and use that 15% capacity more effectively. Okay, thank you. That's my talk. Just a quick mention that Galileo is hiring, so definitely reach out to me if you're interested in that. And you can find me on Twitter at Carly Joe. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. My name is Radoslav Stankov. You can find me online over here. I'm head of engineering at Product Hunt, and currently I'm located in Bulgaria. And if you want to check out my presentations, they're over here. All the slides and code are linked to this page, so you can check them later. So today we're going to talk about testing hooks with confidence. And there is this big divide between test-driven development and automated testing, as you might see during this presentation. In my talk, I'm just going to mention how to automate testing. I won't go to test-driven and stuff around that. So again, talk is cheap and I don't have much of it. So let's show you some code. So I'm going to show you this untested React application. This is just a small calculator app. And this is the code of the app. And if you notice, there is a lot of it. And it's pretty simple app, but there is a lot of code. So how would we test? How do we know that it works? So what we can start with is we can start with just a simple smoke test. So for the smoke test, we can just add those test data attributes. So we can select elements. We can use the React testing library. And we can create this very simple smoke test where we get the React testing library. Usually when I do tests, I like to have those helpers because overall I hate writing 5 functions copying each other. So I just say, okay, click this data ID. And for my test, this is another small trick I do. If I need to rename the component, I don't want to go back and rename the test. So here I just created a very simple smoke test. It just works. So I'm just testing. Entering zeros, clicking +1, 1, +2, remove, 2, evaluate, and reset. Basically making sure that this component works. This is something that I would do normally to test if things work manually. This is just a placeholder test. This is not like a real good test. Like I'm going to remove this in the end, but this just makes me sure when I'm refactoring, I don't break something. It's not a very good test because it doesn't follow the 4 phases of good testing. So where should we start now? So the first thing we can do is to clean up the code. What we can do is a refactoring I like to call extract custom hooks. This is one of my favorite features of hooks, is that you can actually build hooks from other hooks and they create these very nice interfaces. So here, all these big fat logic can just be extracted into a simple hook. And this hook can give you, okay, that's what's the memory of the calculator and what are the actions. And again, the code for the hook is just copy paste, it works. So how do we going to test this custom hook? Like this is the next step we needed to do. So for testing this custom hook, there is this nice library called React hooks from React testing library, which allows you to very easy test the hook. And what I like to do is I want to have a function called init hook, which basically hides the boilerplate of setting up the hook. And for example, I want to test the add action. So for the add action, it's just setting up the hook, adding add value and checking that after the hook is reloaded, we have updated our value. And we can basically test, okay, if I add 2 digits, they're added. And you can go through all the tests for add. For remove is very similar. You set up the hook, you just call it. You have this nice call function where you encapsulate this and you have all of this. And again, it's a bit long and I would link you to the slides in the end so you can dig through more. And now when we have this test, which very thoroughly tests our hook with all its edge cases, with all its workarounds, we can actually start refactoring this hook. The thing we are going to end up in the end from this big ball of mud is basically refactoring this hook to use just a simple use reducer, where we say, okay, we have a reducer function, and in the end, we have the same actions, add, remove, reset, evaluate. And this is, again, the reducer code. It's a bit more complex. It's a bit more split, but this actually tests our calculator. And we actually have like a full test coverage. And again, the code for this presentation is living in this address, so you can click it and go to the details. I actually split it into steps so you can see all the refactoring steps. And a couple of the final notes I want to say here is, in the end, I'm actually removing all that code from the smoke test. I don't need it. What I have found in practice is usually when I write React components, they're either very dumb, like they get some data and render stuff, so it doesn't much value adding to test them as a unit test. Or the biggest logic and the biggest thing I have in my test is the hook code. Like usually that's the place where a lot of the complexity of my system is. So I generally stopped doing React unit tests. And what I try to do on the unit test level is to just unit test the simple function. Like, for example, I can just test the reducer. I can just test the hook by itself and not test the React components. The way I'm sure that the React components work is through doing end-to-end testing with something like Cypress or something like Capybara, which actually tests my whole workflow, because I very rarely have found bugs in my system which were regarding to just the React components itself. Usually the bugs come from very complex hooks or when we had class components. So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to share with you today, and thank you for joining me.
Hi, I'm Jonathan, and I'm a software architect at Vonage. I'm also a runner. This is me winning a half marathon. And this is relevant because today we'll be talking about runtime performance. So here's the proof that you can take my word on it. What is runtime performance? Let's see it through an example. Garbage collection. Garbage collection is the process in JavaScript in which JavaScript takes objects that are not needed anymore and removes them from memory. That's in one sentence. What can be the problem with that? Let's see that. We have two arrays here, two functions. One is build array, which creates an array and iterates n times and pushes items to an array. This is build array 2. It pre-allocates the array and then iterates n times and puts the same items into the same indices. Two functions doing similar things, but let's see if they differ in something. Here we can see the profiling of these two functions. The build array took longer to run than build array 2. And we can actually use this profile to see why. If we go deeper, we can see that in build array, we had like 1,250 recurrences of minor garbage collection. If we look at build array 2, we see it's around 200. So this is a big difference. And this is, in essence, runtime performance, profiling and optimizing functions to take less time to run. Why is it important? Let's take a really quick look on the event loop. The event loop is what's running our main thread. This is where the code of our application is running. If it is blocked, then our code is not running. There are other codes that need to run. For instance, on server side, an API response, or in the browser, a user can't click anything, or animations will be stuck. So this is in the browser, and this is in Node.js. And again, the important thing to take from here is that you want the tasks to be as optimized as possible. And let's see how we can see the tasks and how we can optimize them. So this is a function, something quite noticeable. It should be familiar for you. Instead of n, we have 1,000,000. So it creates an array of 1,000,000 elements. But we have the set interval. Set interval is a timer. And a timer is one of the things that add tasks to the event loop. So we can see that every second, something quite noticeable will be added to the event loop and will be ran as a task. Let's see it in a demo. This is our function here. It's running in the browser. We go to the performance tab and we hit record. So we can record for around 5 seconds. So we should have around 5 repeats of this function. And we can see these bumps here. Okay, you can actually see these bumps here. And if we just look a bit, so we can actually see this in the flame chart. These bumps are coming every second. This is our set interval. And we can see that it adds a task on every time. And the task is something quite noticeable. So we can actually see everything that happens during the runtime and analyze it for optimization. We have a summary tab that shows us, for instance, if we look at the whole runtime, it shows us how long our app was busy scripting versus idle. Or we can look at the call tree, for instance. Let's look at one task and see what happened during this task. Or we can look at the whole recording and look along all the calls for something quite noticeable took. And here we even see some minor GC. So this is the gist of profiling applications in the browser. Let's see how you can do this in Node.js. In Node.js, you have the Chrome inspect page, and you have to start your application with the -- inspect flag. The app is running, and you start the open dedicated DevTools for Node. Go to the Profiler tab, start profiling. Let's profile for around 5 seconds again. We stop profiling, and we see our bumps here again. Again, it's the same as it is in the browser. So if you know how to optimize in the browser, you can do it in Node.js and vice versa. How can this help you in real life? Let's see a real life example. In an app we've built, we used Cesium, which is kind of a 3D visualizer of the globe. And we had to put a lot of entities on this map. And this caused the UI to get stuck. So we profiled the application, and we found out that 2 functions took a long time to run every frame. This is the updates of the label and the billboard. And we investigated these functions, and we found out that if we add an update once dirty flag to the entities, only when we update them, we can optimize it so entities that did not get an update won't be processed by these functions. And the results are that from 50% of the time scripting, we went down to 2% of the time scripting, and the app was saved, and people could actually interact with it. So the main thread was not blocked. So to summarize, we saw the event loop and how it manages our main thread, so we don't want to block it. I can't stretch enough the importance of profiling while optimizing your runtime performance. And I really like you to try, learn it, and enjoy it. There's a lot to read about it. You can read it in my blog, you can read it in the Google Web Dev blog, and lots of stuff around it on the internet. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
Wow, I'm hit by lightning. I told you I was going to battle with Thomas for the lame-ass jokes. Well, I guess I'm winning. Thanks, Lightning Talk speakers. I would like to invite all of them to join me here for our nice Q&A session. Hey, thanks for joining. I would like to thank all of you for these amazing talks. Really diverse also, so that's always nice. And that's always something that's cool about these lightning talks, at least from my experience, that you can have like a bomb of knowledge in like 5 minutes and learn a lot. So also the deep respect for getting so much knowledge in just 5 minutes. We're going to go to the first question from our audience, and that's a question for Carly from Ava Gaiety. Carly, how do you suggest shifting product management's perspective such that things that actually aren't tech debt get properly scoped?
Okay, yeah.
get properly scoped. I think maybe it's like things that aren't tech debt get still prioritized is maybe the question, but Ava, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think like you need to sit down as a team and have a heart-to-heart with your whole team, product manager, engineering manager, where you all discuss like what tech debt means to you. And maybe you can go through your backlog, look at some tickets and say like, does this qualify? Does that qualify? And then when you look at all that stuff, like how much capacity do you need for it, right? Like the stuff I talked about in my talk is like one way that I've found works pretty well to split it, but you might find another way. I think the most important thing is that the whole team is like really aligned on exactly what falls into there, and then is also really realistic about if you can fit the amount of work that you have into whatever capacity you've allocated for that.
Yeah, it's always hard, but I think a point you made was like if testing is part of your scoping, right? And in my experience, that I always forget when we're doing like assigning story points that testing is part of something. Sometimes you think a feature is just like really simple, and someone will be like, "Wait, don't forget about testing." And then if that's not like part of your culture in the team, that can be a big problem, right? So it's more of a culture problem.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's definitely just a matter of establishing that the whole team is aligned that you want to do automated testing as part of the tickets, and you want to do that for the sake of your users. And you definitely need to build that alignment in order to be able to include it ongoing.
Yeah, good answer. I agree. The next question is to Ryan Severance. Is this kind of if this kind of test? Sorry, the sentence is not correctly. Can this kind of tests be combined together with usual functional API tests?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it can. Our scanner kicks off in pipeline, and so I always think of it as negative testing. Whereas typically for an API test, functional testing, you're looking for the correct output. And I think of this as looking for outputs that you would not expect when you send a test into the API. So short answer is yes, it absolutely should be combined with functional API testing. And it just takes a bit of a different approach.
The next question is for Radoslav. Radoslav, do you think automation QA can perform hooks testing?
I wouldn't say so. Like, I mean, they can technically, but it's not, I think, their main value to perform those tests, because one of the things that the QA, they should think about the features from the user's point of view, trying to find edge cases between integrations between the components, while the hook tests are very good level for engineers to think about how to test as a unit and the deep logic of the components themselves. While again, the QA are a lot better, in my opinion, suited for integration between not only different components on the same page, but multiple pages and the whole workflows. So for them, I think it will be too granular to make them write those basically unit tests for simple functions.
Okay, good answer. Next question from Jonathan, for Jonathan. Personal note, really brave how you dig in the flame charts and stuff. I always get scared when I see those things. So thanks for giving a little bit of an explainer there. What tools do you recommend to monitor web app performance during CI/CD?
That's a good question. We actually had a discussion about it about an hour and a half ago. So we have actually created, not at the current place that I work, at the former one, like a performance dashboard. It's something that during CI takes measurements, measures certain metrics like memory leaks or memory imprint or time that a certain flow is taking, like opening a menu takes, one take less than 50 milliseconds. If it takes longer, it shouts and the CI fails. So you can actually create like a performance culture using automation tools and alert users in certain levels of development and prevent performance regressions from actually coming to the actual production.
But is this an open source tool or this was internal?
So there are several tools you can use. You actually can use New Relic. You can use even Logz.io to log stuff and visualize them and send alerts for certain metrics. We actually built a tool that uses Puppeteer to actually measure even like CPU usage and memory usage of the application using that performance API. So you can build your own, and you could probably find tools, open source or paid tools to do that.
They are out there. Okay. Another question for Ryan. Is there any pricing plans for Stackhawk for open source projects?
Yeah, we actually are free for open source. So you can shoot me a note. My email is ryan@stackhawk.com, or you can shoot our support email at note, support@stackhawk.com, and we can hook you up. Free for open source projects, and that's the full product. We also have a free version of the product that anybody can hop on and use, and it's unlimited usage for a single application.
Nice. And a follow-up question for me, might be relevant also for students, maybe?
Yeah, students should absolutely be able to fall under our free plan. If there is something that doesn't fit, feel free to shoot me a note. But our free plan is pretty robust. Unless you're using it within an organization, you can get a lot of functionality out of our free plan.
Awesome. Always love that. Yeah. Next question is for Carly. Is it possible? Oh, this is a nice one. Is it possible to write an application without any tech debt?
No, I think absolutely it's not possible. Yeah, the longer version of this talk goes into a little bit more about like how I actually want to get rid of the term tech debt in general. I'd like to rebrand it to something because I think tech debt suggests that maybe somehow this style of work was avoidable in the first place, or maybe if we just had more money, we could have avoided it or something like that. But I don't think that's true whatsoever. Like, it is inevitable that as we grow projects and build them, we'll have to face refactors. We'll have to make improvements for developers, find ways to scale it from a developer perspective. And so, yeah, I think tech debt is just a healthy part of building software.
Yeah, it's just part of life. Yeah. Another question for Jonathan. What future steps can people take after applying for performance optimization tips or after applying your performance optimization tips? So what are some next steps?
Next steps as in learning. There's a lot to learn about it. Depends what part of optimization you'd like to learn. If you'd like to learn runtime optimization, I speak a lot about runtime optimization. You can look up runtime optimization on the web or runtime optimization JavaScript. I read a lot about it in my blog. You can actually read the V8 blog if you want to go directly hardcore. They explain a lot about the internals of how the engine works and how we can work with it, with its optimization to make your application run faster, because many times the problems are that we do something that is kind of unique, while the V8 optimizes the common cases. So you might want to change your code to cope with that. So you can just read about it everywhere, and you can contact me. I've published my my Twitter, but you can contact me, and I can even share more resources with you if you have a specific question.
Yeah, I also personally like JS. I don't remember the exact URL. JSperf.com, I think, where you can execute the same code with different variations, and you see how fast it performs in different JavaScript engines.
It doesn't work anymore, but there are replacements for it.
Okay, yeah, that was always nice to see. Like you wrote 2 pieces of code, and you can just compare them in the different engines. We have time for one more question. I just heard. So we have another one for Carly. what quick and cheap actions can developers take to reduce tech debt? And does testing increase tech debt?
Oh, that's interesting. I think that testing may increase tech debt in the way that like every line of code that you write increases tech debt. But I would say it more greatly prevents you from having tech debt in the future, because you'll be able to move faster with your tests. And if tech debt is anything that slows the developer down, the tests are also going to speed the developer up, enable them to ship faster. And what was the first part of the question again?
If there are any like quick and dirty, cheap, the easiest things to reduce tech debt?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is going to vary team by team. It's like, think of the thing that slows you down the most in your day-to-day. And of those things, what is the easiest thing to speed up, and then do that one, right? That's definitely the quickest, easiest way to start addressing it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for your talks once again, and this nice little Q&A session. And hope to see you again soon at the next big learning and fun event. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. And with that, it's going to be goodbye from me, and say hi to Anna.
Hi again. And now it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to the last speaker of the day, Matt Fellows. Matt is a volunteer at Code Club, and he's also the co-developer of Pact and the co-founder of Pact Flow. Today he will be speaking about deploying with speed and confidence using contract testing and Pact. And those of you who have been watching for a while, you know the drill. And those of you who have just tuned in, please go to slido.com, enter the code 6617, and answer this question that Matt has sent us. How painful are your end-to-end testing suites, measured by the amount of coffee required to suffer through running and maintaining them? Your options are: our tests are so stable, I don't even need coffee. I rely on my morning coffee to help make it through. My local coffee shop is doing quite well. I have purchased a dedicated machine for the team and buy beans in bulk. And speaking of questions, please remember to ask your questions about the talk in the Q&A channel on our Discord. And with that, please give a round of virtual applause for Matt. The stage is yours.
Well, thanks everyone coming for my talk to deploy with speed and confidence using contract testing and Pact. My name is Matt Fellows. I'm a core maintainer of Pact. I'm also the co-founder of PactFlow, which is a continuous delivery microservices platform. And if I wasn't working in IT, I'd probably be working in sports and fitness to get away from it all. If you want to contact me after this talk, you can follow me on my handles below. So the agenda for today, we're going to be talking about how to release software, particularly distributed systems. We're going to start with talking about the problem with end-to-end integration tests. We're then going to talk about how Pact works and the principles of contract testing. And then we're going to finish off with a bit of a demo. So the old way, or the current way, a lot of companies test their microservices is to do what we call end-to-end integrated tests. And what that requires is you to stand up your entire platform, something like this, and use a functional API testing tool like Postman or whatnot, and drive requests through the entire system. So for example, you'd push it through, maybe not a user interface with Postman, but you'd push it through the platform, and it's going to pass through all the layers of the system. So microservice A, microservice B, microservice C, and the request is going to make its way through all real systems. It's going to pass over real networks. It's going to talk to real databases, send emails, whatever it is your actual application is going to be doing. Now, this is great. If the system works and the test pass, it does give you some level of confidence that your system's working as expected. But this kind of testing comes at a huge cost. The first issue is that it's slow. Tests need to pass through real layers. They need to do real things. And this can be slow, of course. but also oftentimes they can't be run in parallel. And the reason for that is the stateful nature of these types of interactions. The second issue with these types of testing is that they're fragile and they can be non-deterministic. So this property of flakiness is very present in these types of testing. So even if they do pass, they may take multiple runs to get there. For example, you need every version of every service in a system to be lined up. And if any of those change, the test could break. If you've got the wrong version of the data, the wrong version of the tests, or the wrong configuration for your environment, or just that somebody's tampered with the environment in advance, it's possible that your test will fail. They're very costly to maintain. And when you do find issues, when you do have an issue, finding the actual problem and the source of the issue can actually be really costly to do. So for example, if you have a failure that's caused in microservice B here, well, it may not be visible from the outside why that test actually failed. So you might need to go digging through your log platforms like Splunk or Sumo Logic. You have to trace some correlation IDs through the system to actually find out what the problem is. And then you need to find the code version for that particular service, go to the repository, and go digging. It's basically like finding a production issue. So it can be quite costly just to find the bug itself. Oftentimes it fails just because of those flaky reasons I mentioned earlier. Similarly, it's difficult to achieve full coverage this way. So what I mean by that is you've got multiple systems here and you've got a lot of different potential scenarios that can go on. And so running your test this way, it's very possible that you're not going to get all the tests you want because A, they take so long to run, B, they're costly to maintain, and also you just literally cannot run that many tests in the amount of time because the combinations spiral out of control. Because you test everything together this way, well then you really have to release everything together this way because you don't have confidence if I deploy just a single component that things will continue to work at the end of it. So you now need to deploy things together. And doing that means you've got teams coupled with each other at release time. And that means teams are waiting on other teams to get things done. And we know from agile theory, that's not very good. And so these types of tests don't scale well. They tend to get worse and worse over time. So let's say you increase the number of teams and components over time in this linear fashion. What you see is this non-linear relationship with the number of environments or the complexity of environments that you need to manage. You see that the build time goes up, or the complexity of those builds and the failure of those builds starts to go up. You also see the risk associated with change moving up exponentially. And of course, we now have developers idle. We have a lot of queues. We have cards on the wall that are referencing other teams waiting for their work to be done before we can get ours done. And this all has a huge cost associated with it. Of course, good tests have the exact opposite properties of what we just talked about. They're fast, they're isolated, they're easy to reason about, and they're easy to maintain. Could mocks come to the rescue here? Well, as you've probably all written, it's very simple to write two separate unit tests on either side of the service boundary. We could write a unit test for the consumer and mocking out the provider, and we could write a unit test for the provider, simulating the consumer. And these are great. They're going to run really fast. They can be easy to fix, easy to find bugs with. Of course, they may not represent what actually happens in production. And so it's quite possible for you to put an assumption in there that's not valid. And because it's a unit test, we're not checking that assumption later on. And so we have this nice property of all these great properties, but the new problem is that they're not actually representing reality. It's hard to keep both sides in sync. And this is where we can talk about contracts. So you're probably familiar with specification first design, where an API producer specifies or creates a contract using Swagger or something else, and they publish that document to all of its consumers. And there's a number of great properties that come with this. But one of the downsides is when you move and change and modify that version of the contract or the specification, it's easy to accidentally break a consumer because you don't know what parts of the API they're using, and it requires a lot of diligence to ensure that you don't push out backwards compatible changes. This is where we can talk about consumer-driven contracts, which inverts that relationship. Consumers can specify what they need of the provider and write those in their own form of a contract and give it to the provider, each consumer having its own potential subset of the API. And then the API just needs to implement the superset of all those contracts, and then it can get its job done. This has some really interesting side effects or consequences. The first one is that you'll know when you break a consumer, because the consumers are telling you what they use. You get a form of documentation because the consumers are giving you exactly what they're using every time they push a build, and you can test things independently. So this is where the tool Pact comes in. It combines the idea of fast, isolated mocks and unit tests with contracts to ensure that they don't drift. It's an open source, what we call consumer-driven contract testing tool, and it's designed to help you test your microservices and distributed systems independently. Its main use cases are in things like JavaScript web applications, native mobile apps, talking to RESTful services, JSON or XML, or talking over message queues. So think of Kafka or SNS and these kinds of things. Its goals are to reduce or remove entirely the need for those end-to-end integrated tests and reduce reliance on those complicated test environments. Pact's benefits are basically because you've got focus for a single integration point, you're only looking at one thing at a time. You don't need to deploy. So because you don't need to deploy, you don't need a test environment to do this form of testing. You get fast and reliable feedback because of it. The bug is always going to be found on your machine. You don't need to go digging through logs. This means those tests run really fast and they scale linearly. And last, because you're testing things independently, you can now release them independently. Okay, let's quickly talk about how Pact works, and then we'll show how it works in action. So we have a consumer website. We have a website that's talking to a product API. We call the website a consumer, and we call the API the provider. And the messages that pass between it, the sum of those, we call that the contract. So it's a consumer-driven contract testing framework. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to write a test from the consumer side first to define the expectations of the provider. So what Pact will do is mock out the provider. We never make them talk to each other. And Pact will simulate the provider API. And the consumer can say, given that I make a request to get 1, 2, 3, 4 for the product endpoint, I expect to get back some response. And we do this for all the things the consumer needs of the provider. At the end of that session, we're going to record those interactions into what we call a Pact file or a contract. We're going to share that with a tool like the Pact Broker or Pactflow, which will help us exchange the contract and version the contract across our ecosystem. And then finally, on the provider side, what we're going to do is we're going to pull down the contracts from Pactflow, and we're going to replay them back against the provider. And Pact is now going to simulate the consumer. It's going to replay those requests, check the responses, and if they match what the consumer does, we now have symmetry on both sides of this interaction. We have 2 fast mocks, and we've now got a contract that's ensuring that those 2 mocks are actually valid. Okay, so we're now going to get into our demo. We're going to use a React product catalog website that talks to an Express.js backend as our example. We're going to test the product/ID endpoint and show how consumers can help drive the API design. We're going to look at the provider workflow. We're also going to look at how we can gate releases with a tool called Can I Deploy? So let's look at the application. So here it is. It's a very uninteresting website. I'm sorry, it's not the greatest React website of all time. But you can see here the homepage just lists the products, and we can drill down into an individual product to get get the data for it. And they're going to hit 2 different endpoints. We're going to test the endpoint for this page. Okay. Looking at our code for this, we'll jump into the consumer test. So if we look over here at our product page, this is our React component. You can see here to populate this page, we need to get some data from an endpoint. Now, instead of actually loading this in another way, we're going to talk to an API endpoint, and we're going to use a class to do that. So this API class has got a method called getProduct, and that's actually what's going to get the product data for us. So from a Pact point of view, we can test this method. This is what we care about. This is the target of our Pact test. We don't need to test anything to do with React to do this form of testing. And you can see here, it's just going to hit the product/ID endpoint. It's going to send some headers, and it's going to then convert the data that comes back into a product class. And the product class looks like this. On the provider side, we have a similar thing. We've got a product definition over here. We have our routes that deal with the different endpoints. we have a pack test over here as well. We're not going to get too much into the pack test here because it's a lot of config. But basically, to run the pack test on this side, we're just going to stand up the provider, tell Pact how to find the packed files, and it will replay them against the provider. Lastly, we're going to share the contract with a packed broker. In this case, it's a hosted pack flow. And it's going to show us the current state of the interaction over time. So you can see here that the current version of the consumer is in the master and has been deployed to production, and the provider has also been deployed to production as well. We can drill in to the pact, and we can see the various interactions that are supported by this contract. In this case, getting a product with ID 10, we get the ID, the type, and the name back in the body. But most importantly, we're going to use this to show how we can make changes into the system and then promote them through environments. Okay, so let's look at the consumer pack test first, because this is where we start. So this is our pack test here. We're going to follow the standard arrange, act, and assert model just to see how this all works together. So first up, we need to tell Pact, we need to tell our unit test what our code's about to do. As I said, Pact is a mocking tool. It's going to validate what we actually do. So given that a product with ID 10 exists, making a call to get that product using the get verb at this path, we expect to get back an HTTP 200 with some headers and a body that looks like line 19. And you can see the expected product is ID 10, type credit card, name 28 degrees. The like matcher here basically says, we don't care about the values here, we just care that the keys exist and they're of the same type. So later on when the provider verifies this, we're not going to fail if different IDs come back or indeed different products come back for this case. We're not going to get into matches today either, but we have a flexible library we can use to make this much simpler. So the second thing too is to actually call the API. So we configure our API client, and rather than talk to the production client API, we're going to talk to the packed mock service. Then on line 42, we actually call the method. So that method there is now going to call a real HTTP endpoint, but in this case, it's going to talk to packed instead of the real thing. And then on line 45, all we need to do is write our unit test assertions for this call. So let's pretend like packed doesn't exist. Well, what should we test in this unit test to make sure that our code did what we thought it did? So this test is already passing. As you saw before, it's already published a pack flow. What we want to do is add a new field. What happens if we evolve this API? So this is a product website. It would be nice to actually display a price for the product, right? So let's add price into the mix. So we'll add this new expectation on product here. We'll add it to our product class as well. And then we'll have price available to us to be able to display in the React component. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to check out a new branch of my code, and I'm going to shut down those processes. Let's create a new field, feat, add price. What I'm going to do here is simulate a CI process as if we're doing a continuous deployment. We're in a branch, so this will be a pull request flow. And what I can do is I can run a fake CI. And what this is going to do is it's going to run the tests. It's going to publish the contract to Packflow. We're then going to run a tool called Can I Deploy and say, is it safe to release this change? And the answer will be no, because this is a new field. The provider has never verified the contract. In fact, the provider hasn't implemented it yet. And so we're going to be told it's not safe to release this yet. So back to my terminal, you can see the test passed up there. We've published the packs and we've said, can we deploy? And we can't deploy. So the build has bailed out with a non-zero exit code. You can see though, in our code base, there is a packed file that's been created. And you can see it's now got the price property captured in that contract file. We're not going to talk too much about the contract file for now. Just know that it exists, and that's what we use to mediate this whole process. So now that we've added the price property, let's have a look at the pack flow and see what it sees. Cool. So we can see a new contract has been created at the top here called feat add price. It's yet to be verified. So this version of the consumer can't be deployed anywhere yet because no provider has implemented its features. So let's go ahead and do that to the provider now. Now I've got some stash changes to avoid demo gods, but what we're going to do is we're going to add the price to the product class, and add it to the repository as well. So there's data. So there we go. We can see the price has been added. What we can do now is, in theory, we can push this into master. So let's see what looks like when we commit and push this change. The provider should run the test by pulling the contracts down from Packflow. It'll share the results of that verification back to Packflow to say if it passed or succeeded. It will then run the check saying, can I deploy this version of the provider to production? The answer should be yes, because it already supports the current version of the consumer, and it's also got the new functionality for this new branch. So we deploy it to production. Okay, so you can see the providers run, a whole bunch of assertions have been happened by the Pact framework. It's published the results back to the broker and has run the can I deploy check. Can I deploy says yes. This version of the provider satisfies the current production version of the consumer that it would be deploying to. And so it deploys to production. So if I go back to Packflow and refresh this page, you'll see that this new feature branch has now been verified by the provider. And the version of the provider that satisfies this contract is the same one that satisfies the production contract of the consumer. And so basically it's now safe to merge this change into the mainline and push that to production. So I'm going to pretend like I've merged this. So I'm going to check out master. And I'm going to run the CI process as if I've just merged this into master now. And so what should happen is now the consumer will run its tests. It will publish the contract. The contract hasn't changed, so any verifications that have happened before are still valid. It will run the can I deploy check. It says, can I move this change to production? And because there is a version of the provider that satisfies this needs, it's safe to do so. And then we deploy it. And there we go. We are now in production. So if I refresh this, the current prod version of the contract now has the price property in it, as you can see here. What happens if we remove a field from the provider? What happens then? Will we catch a bug? Well, for example, if I remove the ID field, go to the provider and comment that out, I can now run npmt locally without pushing any change and find out if I'm going to break any of my consumers. There you go. It correctly found that a consumer is using this property, and if you removed it, it would fail. But if I remove the version property, what's going to happen here? Well, as we know, no consumers are currently using this property, so it's actually safe to release it, to remove it. There we go. That's an interesting property of Pact. Pact is able to pick up changes this way at the attribute level to find out compatibility. Okay, so today we talked about the cost of end-to-end integrated tests. We saw that there's a high cost of maintenance and that they scale poorly. We saw how contract testing can help with integration testing by combining the approaches of fast and isolated unit tests with contracts to prevent drift. And we saw how Pact works and how we can gate releases using Can I Deploy. So I hope that talk was useful. Really appreciate you coming along, and feel free to contact me on my details there if you'd like to talk further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. That was an amazing talk. I really liked the visuals and the demo was super easy to follow. So, shall we have a look at the poll results? Oh, looks like most people get around with only 1 cup of coffee. And interestingly enough, the answer with the most coffee and the least coffee are almost the same. Well, let's welcome Matt to the Q&A. And remember, you can still ask questions in the Q&A channel on Discord. Hi, Matt.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Is the poll result surprising to you, or did you expect this?
No, that sounds about normal. Look, not everyone's suffering so bad they need to buy bulk coffee and buy themselves a coffee machine like I do at home. But you know, most people find integration testing, or at least end-to-end integration testing, challenging enough that they have to spend a bit of time on it, and generally need something to get through that pain, because you know, the flaky tests, because it takes time to manage, because chasing down the issues, you know, there's always an excuse to not want to look into those tests and write those tests and maintain those tests. So it's not entirely surprising, but it's also good to hear that not everyone is in so much pain that they need to, have caffeine hooked into their veins just to be able to get through the day.
Yeah, but flaky tests are always a good excuse to get another cup of coffee.
Yeah, that's true.
There are a few questions. Manuel Zambrano asked, can we use Packflow with different consumer and provider technologies? I mean, for example, a React frontend and a Python backend serving the API.
Yeah, so that's a good question. It's probably the main reason people choose Pact over other alternative sort of contract testing frameworks. So it's worth giving a quick shout out to Spring Cloud Contract. So if you're not that you're using Java here, because this is a testing conference for JavaScript, but if you do use Java, Spring Cloud Contract is a decent choice. It's from the folks out at Spring. They do have support for other languages, but the way it works is you still write Groovy scripts. So I guess technically you're probably still writing JVM stuff. But one of the benefits of Pact is that it uses a specification that enables you to work across languages. So really early on in its design, the early maintainers recognized that this would be a challenge, that polyglot architectures were a thing, and that contract testing needed to support polyglot environments from the beginning. So that there's actually a specification that governs the way matching happens in a language independent way. And that means that different consumers can be written for different providers and sort of work in this environment. But the way the matching happens and the verification happens, sort of transcends languages. So yes, it's entirely possible to have a JavaScript front end, an iOS front end, a Swift front end, talking to a Java API backend or a Ruby backend or a .NET backend. You can mix and match languages kind of as you please.
Amazing. Thieve, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, I'm sorry, asked how different/related is contract testing with applying a JSON schema to every single request you perform using, for example, Postman?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually get that question a lot. I've got some articles I can point people to afterwards that sort of talk about the difference between schema testing and contract testing. It goes sort of more skin deep. One of the first things with schema testing, for starters, is that you're only normally looking at the bodies and you're not looking at the request, the other HTTP things. So the verb, the path, the query string, the headers, as an example, they usually don't get covered in your contract test, but also obviously a very important part of that contract. But obviously you can do that. The second thing is, even if you're using JSON schema on one side of the contract, what's guaranteeing you that that is exactly what the provider needs on the other side? So you do need to make sure there's a way of pinning the schema you use on both sides of the contract and ensuring those schemas are compatible. So for example, let's say you've got version 1 of the schema on your consumer side, then the provider updates its schema. You need to make sure that those schemas are now in sync. So essentially, you could do that, but you just need to make sure that the schemas are always the same. And then the second challenge with that is, if you think about something like contract testing with Pact, the way it wants to work is actually using your intermediates through something like the Pact Broker or Pact Flow. And what that does is let you version and tag your contracts, just like you would with Git code. So let's say you've got code, right? You're about to deploy this into production. Version 2 of your code is in Git as well as version 1. And you need to migrate production from version 1 to version 2. So you need a process to make sure that you can smoothly transition from 1 to 2. And so again, if you're going to use your own schema testing tool, you're going to need to come up with your own process for evolving that schema from version 1 to version 2 when you've got multiple components in the system. And again, so it's not that you can't do that, but you're going to need to build a lot of things that the contract testing frameworks have in them already. What I will say, though, is it's a strategy that people seem to be employing, and you can probably get 70% of the way there, and that might be good enough for most people's use cases.
Thank you so much for this detailed answer. Richard Forjo is asking, is contract testing mainly for unit tests or for end-to-end tests like with Cypress? I guess the question asks a little bit about where would contract testing stand in the testing pyramid?
Yeah, so It's a good question. So probably, I say there's two questions. One is kind of where it fits in the pyramid, and can you use tools like end-to-end testing tools, which I think as a community we need to fix that. End-to-end testing means too many things. We got to fix that. I think we can't have a situation where Cypress means end-to-end test and is really just testing the UI layer, and then we also can refer to end-to-end testers passing through the entire platform. So I'll put that challenge out there for someone to try and fix. But let's talk about the first one. So where contract testing fits in the pyramid, it sort of fits in two places. On the consumer side, it's much closer to a unit test. So basically, you should be picking a single function, as you saw in the talk, and writing a unit test for that function. So that's usually pretty straightforward. On the provider side, you've got a few more options about how far up and down the pyramid you go. Usually, it sort of sits in the middle. So we would normally overlay the contract test into the middle of that pyramid, the service test or the integration test layer, where basically you would run up your provider as a bit of a black box. You would stub out any third-party dependencies, and you start the service up. And then Pact would talk to that service, through HTTP mechanisms, passing through probably multiple layers of your application. But usually they still run very quickly. So they're kind of closer to a unit test, but they're not really a unit test because they've got to pass through a few layers. So that's usually where they fit in the pyramid. And, in addition to that, what we normally do is we supplement, in order to remove end-to-end tests, we supplement those contract tests. Well, if you think about it, we've got an end-to-end integration test we want to get rid of. Contract testing removes the tests from the end-to-end tests that are testing for the collaboration and the communication. Can they talk to each other? All the contract bits of that go away. So we shrink the end-to-end test a bit. We then look in there and go, well, actually, usually what you find is that end-to-end tests, a lot of them is actually the consumer not trusting the provider. And so the consumer is writing end-to-end tests to check the behavior of the provider. So what you do is you take those tests out and go, nope, they shouldn't belong there. They belong in the provider's code base. Their job is to make sure their code works, not the consumer's job. And then you whittle it down to just a few tests. And that's when you can go, well, what's the value in having these few tests left behind? Maybe we can put those in production synthetic tests, or we can put them somewhere else, or we can remove them altogether because they're not adding value and we can move faster. Now, the second part of that question, I think, is around, could you integrate it with something like Cypress? The short answer is yes, you could integrate it with Cypress. And there's some challenges with doing that, and we're currently sort of making it less problematic to do that form of testing with Cypress. But the short of the answer is, because typically with Cypress tests, you're going to have a lot of overlap. You don't really want to be capturing too many overlapping scenarios in your contract tests because they need to be replayed against the provider. And so that can become a burden on the provider side testing if you add too many. But again, we're doing some work to try and optimize that process to make it easier to use Cypress to write tests and to verify on the provider side. And I should mention, we literally, at Packflow, we are writing tests using Cypress now for some of our user interfaces, and we're experimenting with generating contracts through that as well. And I'd suspect in the next couple of months, we'll probably release a plugin for Cypress as an example.
Oh, awesome.
That could be replicated for others.
Okay, cool. I think we have time for one more question. And AutoGibbon asks, can I deploy workflow be integrated into continuous delivery suites? Is there a short answer to this question? If the answer is longer, then maybe we can move it to the speaker room. I'm sorry for interrupting you. The short answer.
Yeah, no worries. The short answer is yes, it's pretty common. It's very simple. We have some CLI tools you can use, and usually it's just a matter of adding the CLI tool into that step, wherever you want to put that step. And as you saw, just basically taking the version of the current piece of software, the environment you want to deploy to, and just issuing that call, and it's going to return an exit code of 0 or 1, 0 being successful, 1 being a failure. And that's it. And that's usually what you're going to do. A non-zero exit code should bail out your pipeline.
Okay, awesome. So there were a few more questions, and Matt is going to go into the speaker room on Spatial Chat. So if there are any unanswered questions, make sure to join. And Matt, again, thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Anna, and thanks everybody else for coming along.
Okay, bye. And Everybody else, make sure to go to slido.com and give us a rating. How did you like this talk?
As we mentioned in the start, we have a raffle for the free Git Nation multipass, and we're gonna show you some of the submissions now. So we have Lee Morea here, we have Richard van de Winkel, and we have Julian Soifer. Who else do we have? Esteemed colleagues. We have Marcelo Arcosta with a face mask emoji. Really safe, keeping it safe, thank you. We have Geezer Codes with lots of screens and a fancy keyboard. Lucas is watching and he's active.
I have to be honest, I'm kind of jealous of Lucas's beard. I thought that was good. Not necessarily his setup, but I was jealous of his beard. Tegan also had a really nice setup. I like the keyboard. Who else? Danielle showed us a setup, even if not tidy. And Lindsay showed us the setup. I like the microphone, by the way. It looks like a bunch of us have the same setup. And JB Helfrich, I think, had something that resembles my setup, really, with the split keyboard and everything else. I like that. We promised people we're gonna give them gifts. So how are we deciding how people are winning? Because obviously I want to give the prizes to the people who followed me today. I think that's the most important part, following me, not the conference, not everybody else. But I don't think I'm allowed to give it to people who followed me, right? We have to pick in a different way. Special app. Okay, special app. Fine, make it an app. Can we turn on the Wheel of Fortune?
Ding 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 ding.
Congratulations, Julianne.
Congratulations. Julianne will be in contact with you over Twitter to give you your prizes. The beard has won. Congratulations, Luca.
That's really good. That's really good. I don't want to say both of them. I don't want to say both of them have followed me today. That wouldn't be fair. But just saying, if you're watching this later on today, or if you want to participate tomorrow, you should consider both of the winners follow a particular MC. Before we go, I'd like to remind everybody that after we're done here today, we've got an after party happening, open for all conference attendees and speakers, not only for full access ticket holders, but for the watch only ticket holders as well. So everybody that's watched the conference today and the speakers are invited to the after party. We've got the game bar, we've got the networking room or spatial chat. We've also got the Quake tournament. I've obviously started early with my after party. I'm not even sorry for that. It's 8:30 p.m. here. I've started early with the after party, but join me, the MCs and the other speakers for the after party, please.
And once again, a big shout out to our sponsors for making this event possible. We could not have had this event without you. So once again, be sure to check out their products if you haven't yet.
And before you run off and grab your cold beverage, please remember to go to testjssummit.com/feedback and tell us what was good and what can be improved upon. And with that, the first day of TestJS Summit is over. I hope you all had some fun. I certainly had. I learned a lot of things today.
Yeah, me too. It's been a fun experience hosting this event and learning in the same time. It's working and learning, mixing business with pleasure. Amazing.
I feel like it was way too short for me. It doesn't quite feel like we've spent the past 6 hours. I think it's been 6 hours, 5 hours, learning all about testing. To be honest, it's something that I miss, and it turns out, even though I haven't done testing in like 7 years, some of the concepts are still around, improved, which just makes me want to learn some more.
Well, maybe tomorrow you'll be dazzled even more. With that, let's end it and hope to see you at the after party. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
See everybody at the after party. Bye.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. And don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to.
If I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
Tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
if I could share a best practice with the user community, I would like to tell you that your tests are too long. Everyone's tests are too long, don't feel bad about it. But when your tests are longer, they're harder to make parallelized, they're harder to repeat, they're harder to diagnose, and you can't make as much use of the test metadata you have.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire